is my phone not on silent?
Just kidding. Where are you coming from? I'm from Albany, actually. I live here now. Oh, excellent. But she and I met on the East Coast. Yeah. So I don't even know who's being interviewed for what right now.
Yeah, well,
you really got
she's on my BattleBots team.
Okay.
Yeah, we met doing power racing back in, I think, earlier than that. Probably around
I started
2014.
in 2014.
Yeah.
Okay,
your
and
car that year.
I'm getting word from behind the curtain that Noisebridge YouTube live stream is now live. So yeah, these mics are really fun. You got to get like right up in them.
Kind of chew on it a little bit.
A little bit. I mean, you can
right.
project and he'll adjust the levels a little bit. And then, in worst case scenario, if things are really not cooperating.
Whoa.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no, maybe not.
Oh,
no.
Now we're hacking. No open containers.
I don't know if that counts as technical difficulties or.
No, I mean, I think we're doing the right thing here. I mean, we've got all this luscious
We are
green
victims
grass.
of physics.
We need to water. Anybody know whose towel that is? Because
I think it's ours now.
oh, it's not a towel.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We'll figure it out. Just yeah. No, the grass will suck it up. We all have shoes on.
This is
Yeah,
why
what-
you don't move into an HOA neighborhood. They make you water the grass
What
way
a
too
what a
much.
fantastic start. Can we just go full screen on the one camera for a while, and then when we get content, it'll be great to switch back and forth. So, I know these folks are all wondering, and I'm asking myself too, like, what are we doing here, and what are we doing? The best I've been able to piece together is somebody had this brilliant idea yesterday that we should have a Hackspace symposium. And what's been manifesting the last few days here is this community stage as part of Noisebridge's exhibit, which also has Find a Hackspace and their Engolac arcade cabinet. But of course, the plan is we're completely on schedule and totally doing our previously advertised 11 to 1 thing.
All right. So by way of just absolute sheer coincidence, it happens that even though I just rated your podcast because I saw my teammate and I was like, yo, girl, what's up? And just sat down like I belong here. By a weird thing, I was actually the president of Baltimore Hackerspace for a couple years, and I actually have relevant experience. That is not why I'm here today. I'm here with BattleBots. But maybe we can like shoehorn me in.
Yes.
And it won't just be like, yeah, I'm in your podcast now because I decided to.
Exactly. That is entirely what we plan to do all along.
It was in the books. Really, it was written in the stars.
Yeah.
It's every project I've ever worked on, right? No one knows the flaws unless you tell them.
That's right. So cool. Well, I think we're going, and if anybody on the internet is watching this live and can communicate to us telepathically or otherwise that we sound okay, and obviously I know these folks all look fantastic, but always good to know we're not talking to a void. Even if we are, we'll put it on the internet afterwards, but we're probably already there. So there were some questions about what I like to call NIMS, which is one of the folks that actually started Lightning Talks at Noisebridge over a decade ago. They like to go by aesthetics. And for clarity, for name, you can also say NYM, like NIM. It's like, is it a handle? Is it a name? Is it what's on your driver's license? Is it, why are you asking so many questions?
Who sent you?
Yeah.
Who do you work for?
Yeah, exactly. So in these circles and on this grassy lawn, folks might generally refer to me as X, which I would say formally X, because I don't want to be confused with something that this is definitely not going to be a conversation about.
I know what I see. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Right?
Yeah.
Also, it was never X to start with. It was technically Roman numeral 10, which is conveniently in binary Unicode point 2169. And if anyone's ever come hung out with us on the third floor in the Mission, they would be standing at 2169 Mission. So, X marks the spot, 2169, Noisebridge. It was all a wonderful thing until reasons. So now, for lack of better clarity, we'll just go with DA numeral 6 Echo Alpha Uniform. A few folks at home will eventually figure that out. Otherwise, beep boop on the Discord and, whatever. But we're hanging out here, and this isn't about me. This is about all of you. So we got a bit of an introduction, and just in case. Oh, sorry. Would you reach over your shoulder? Some big, glorious knobs there. Turn those up to like 3/4. Yeah, a little bit more, a little bit more. Yeah, that's great. That's great. And then that one too. So yeah, now we get a little more feel for, hey, our microphone's on, and that's not giving you too much reverb. Yeah. Yeah, we'll tune it. Great, thanks. Okay, and yeah, so anybody who wants to join us, we do have a Q&A mic. I see a wonderful volunteer in the audience. Would you mind letting us know if that microphone is working?
Okay, yeah. Hi.
Okay, cool. And yeah,
hello.
how about this guy? Can you test our microphone? If you want. We're just seeing if it's on.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hi.
Cool.
Hello.
If you want to join us or ask questions, feel free. So you're here totally as planned because you represent a hackerspace. You've been part of a hackerspace.
Yeah, for a long time I was a member of Baltimore Hackerspace and served as the president there for a while before I moved to the West Coast. I'm now ensconced on the West Coast. Baltimore Hackerspace is still going strong. And also, like, how we met originally was building, like, modified Power Wheels for fun and no profit.
Oh, yeah.
And that, you also from the Hackerspace VTUBER Labs in New Jersey. So on the East Coast, the hackerspaces there are many, and we all know each other all the time because we all share resources and go to the same events. So there's like an Eastern Bloc, we used to call it, when we'd show up at like New York Maker Fair. All the East Coast makerspaces would show up with their junk. I mean, our excellent projects. And that's mostly how we met.
So what was your first New York Maker Fair?
My first New York Maker Fair, I think it was at like 2015 or 2016, and that was with the Power Wheels
Racing
series. And that's how we met originally.
Yeah, how about you?
Yeah.
When was that your first Maker Fair?
My first year was whatever was the first year of New York.
Okay.
I think 2012.
Yeah. Out at the Queens,
in
where
Queens
they have the alien spaceships.
Yep, at the New York Hall of Science. My hackerspace is only about 30 miles from New York, so it was real easy for us to get up to that one, and so we went every year.
Fantastic. And how about you?
Yeah, so I'm out of Denver, Colorado. I ran DenHack, Denver's hackerspace, for a couple years. And I've been part of the Maker Hacker community for, over a decade now. I think I first joined the Austin, Texas hackerspace way back in 2012. That was my first actual hackerspace. Tried to build one in college, didn't work out, and then joined DenHack almost a decade ago.
Nice. So DenHack is in Denver, and you've been to some of the East Coast. You make it to New York Maker Fair as well?
I haven't done as many of the East Coast events. I think the East Coast ones I've done are the East Coast Rep Fest, the 3D Printer Festival up there, now called 3D Printopia. But no, I haven't done as much on the East Coast. I've done more in the some of the West Coast stuff,
Nice.
SuperCon.
SuperCon.
Hackaday SuperCon.
Solder Hacking Alley.
Oh, it's so much fun.
Yeah.
I want to go back this year. Can't
Fantastic. So I had the pleasure of rolling up to. I was in New York in 2012, just before Maker Fair. I don't know. Have you been any familiar with OSHWA, the Open?
Open Harbor Summit. Yeah.
Yeah. So 2012, they held it at iBeam Studio in Manhattan, and I was there, and I got to talking to some folks from Maker Fair, and they're like, "Hey, you should come check this out." And so it totally people plan for things like this. Yeah. My plan is to be prepared. And my plan is wherever I am. So I rolled my ambulance from Manhattan to Queens and pulled into Maker Fair and cozied up next to the Power Racing series and unloaded a giant sound system. And one of the great things about the Power Racing series is the shenanigans. So y'all are serious competitors. You're doing things with toys that are not toys, but it's also it's a bit of a hype fest. You've got to it's about endurance and speed, but you've got to have the crowd behind you.
Right. You can't win a race from the pits, but you also can't win the competition without delighting children and having them vote for you. There's moxie points.
And I would like to point out that one season, our season champion was a scale model of the Wienermobile.
So yeah, that was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun hanging out with that crew and extending my stay in New York. So I spent all of a year in the East Coast, primarily Portsmouth, New Hampshire, where we got to start the Portsmouth Makerspace. and that was great, and participated in Maker Faire, and then I drove back across the country, finally ended up in the Bay Area, was hanging out at Pseudo Room in the East Bay and Noisebridge here in San Francisco, and then of course there were Maker Fairs in San Mateo, and now we're here at what I like to call OS2, because we're at Open Sauce 2nd edition. Last year we were at the Pier, the first and only. Now we're doing it again, and Noisebridge is back, and we've got this fun stage hangout. So so you didn't bring a hack space from Baltimore because you're here, but you said something about BattleBots.
Yeah, well, there's hacker spaces in South Bay too. There's the Maker's Nexus. And,
Maker Nexus, yeah. Do you have a?
We got a
do you
tour
have
for Maker
I
Nexus
have-
last night. Fantastic space.
Yeah, you were there last
it was
night.
really cool.
Awesome.
Highly recommend checking out Maker's Nexus if you're down here.
And I love, I'm just noting, a perfect Makerspace and Hackerspace Roundtable at a square table on the lawn. That's
Does anyone have a jigsaw? We can fix this.
right? Yes. Yeah. Well,
We do
save it
have
for later.
lasers.
Lasers. Okay. So what's been your fun here? Sorry. Do you have a home hack space in the Bay Area?
Right now, it's more like a private shop, and it's at Seaport Studios in Richmond. So it's parceled out. We got the warehouse, and each individual has their own shop space. I strongly enjoy working in hacker spaces, and when I graduated college, I needed a place to use tools, and Baltimore Hackerspace was there for me immediately. If it weren't for Baltimore Hackerspace, we wouldn't have a PRS, wouldn't have had BattleBots later on. I think hackerspaces are absolutely instrumental in helping people get access to resources. Right now, I'm fortunate enough that I have my own shop space. Love to be a part of a hackerspace again someday, but I kind of furnish my own tools and build my own robots. I'm off on this side now. The space at Seaport Studios is really nice. Each of the shops there has their own large projects. Right now, a lot of the shops are focusing on Burning Man builds, so there's a lot of art cars and mutant cars hanging out in the yard. The Department of Spontaneous Combustion is my neighbor. We also have engineered artworks down the hall, so it's a really good space. It's just a little less public access.
Nice. Well, let's come back to Burning Man projects, but tell me because you all are visiting from the same general geographic locale?
Not at all.
Not at
No.
all. You're just matching in color shirts.
So we both work for the same company, Lightbird Software, but the company's fully remote. I'm from New Jersey, but not Boston, Denver for Justin. So we're spread out all over the place.
So New Jersey and then
Yep,
Denver.
Yep.
Gotcha. Cool. So so Lightburn brings you to the sauce?
Yep.
And what, for the uninitiated that can still see out of both eyes, tell us more about Lightburn.
So actually, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, it's funny you say out of both eyes too, because we do have users who have a vision impairment who still use Lightburn. And we do recommend doing laser safety. So yeah, Lightburn is laser cutter software. It's the best laser cutter software out there. I'm biased because I work there, but I also used Lightburn for a couple years before I worked for the company itself. We're currently working on CNC software right now called MillMage. We're super excited about that. And we like coming to events like these, meeting our people, tons of awesome makers, a lot
Sweet.
of fun.
Okay, so Denver, Bay Area, and
New
Baltimore, New Jersey. So what's the hack space scene in New Jersey?
So the main one we've had a few. Currently, we have VTUBER Labs is the oldest one in New Jersey and the one that's held on the longest. We're currently in North Brunswick. We've been in New Brunswick and Highland Park before. Basically, if you're familiar with Rutgers, we're right outside of Rutgers.
Very cool. And do you venture onto the other side? Hack Manhattan, Resistor, any other, what's the east block of hack space like these days?
So without New York Maker Faire, the big East Coast power racing events, not as present anymore. We worked a lot with Baltimore back when Jen was there, but we try to cooperate. Right now we're working more with libraries and educational groups.
Gotcha. Very cool. Yeah. So we're going to be hanging out here for the better part of another hour or so. We'll leave the crew and rotate it around a bit. But yeah, one of the things I ran into at Maker Faire in 2012 was Pumping Station 1. some really cool folks. I was at the first KiCad conference at M-Hub in Chicago, and we had a great party at Pumping Station 1. Really good fun times, so a lot of great things there. So cool. Well, I heard you have opinions.
Oh, everyone who has ever run a space has opinions, right? We have people reach out to us and say like, hey, I'm thinking about starting a hackerspace or makerspace, right? What can you tell me? And the answer is, first of all, don't. Second of all, here's what you need to know, right? There's a lot of interesting dynamics in spaces like this, a lot of interesting power dynamics. Personally, the thing that I look for most in a space, and what I tell people actually, is you should focus on psychological safety. If you don't feel safe going to your hackerspace, emotionally, physically, what have you, you're not gonna go, right? And I've seen spaces where people come up and say, we've got 30 members. Everyone can do whatever they want. There's no unified vision. There's no direction. Why aren't we growing? What's going on? And I talk to them about their space dynamics, right? And usually a lot of the time, there's a lot of hidden dynamic, power dynamic problems that are there. People don't actually feel safe coming to the space. New members don't know you well enough to tell you why they don't feel safe, or they may not themselves know. It's just vibes based, and you got to be really careful about how all that plays out. You got to be very cognizant and looking for those, it's the missing stair step, right? You get used to going up the stairs, you just step over the missing stair step, that one member, that process, whatever it is, right? And then new people run into it, and half the time they'll leave over stuff like that. So you got to be really careful and look for those things.
Gotcha. So do you all agree as well in terms of the, safe space is key? And we have a lot of crazy power tools and high power lasers and things that can cut fingers off and whatever else. But the whole mental health and feeling comfortable and the well-being, that's priority zero. And
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And I would say that also ties into physical safety. One of the issues, so I also used to run an educational makerspace at Union County Votech in New Jersey. And one of the biggest things that made a difference for me was making the students feel safe enough to tell me, I don't know how to use this tool, I'm scared, and tell me if there was a
100%.
problem. Because if they're afraid to tell me, if they're afraid to ask questions, things are going to go wrong and they're not going to tell me. So that psychological safety helps foster physical safety.
You'd be shocked at how many accidents happen because their ego got in the way of saying, I don't know how to use this tool, and either they tried to use it and failed, or they don't know how to ask for help and go home and then get frustrated.
It's amazing how many people will break a tool, and it's like making the angry gear grinding noises. They'll keep pushing forward instead of stopping to reevaluate, and then they'll leave it, right? They'll just leave it. At DenHack, we don't ever do anything punitive if somebody owns up to a mistake. If someone's like, I broke this, I messed up, I did the wrong thing, my bad, I'm sorry, right? Okay, yeah, that's cool. Somebody walks away from it, it's like, okay, that's a different conversation, right? If somebody doesn't own up to it. And the idea is, there's a lot of spaces. I know you mentioned Pumping Station 1.
Yeah.
I don't know if they still have this rule, but for a while, I hope they still have it because it's a good rule. They had it where any mistake that was a brand new mistake got incorporated into the training immediately, and there's no cost to the member. You tripped a saw stop, but you did it in a novel, unique way that wasn't covered in training. Our bad. Thanks for teaching us a lesson, right?
That's awesome. Well, I'm going to make a couple quick mentions here. So we've got a few folks hanging out and a couple more hackerspaces to talk about. I'm going to mention there's a whiteboard there. So another thing we love to do at Noisebridge is called 5 Minutes of Fame. So that's our own special flavor of lightning talk. So we have a sign-up board, 3 this afternoon till whenever. We're going to do 5-minute lightning talks. So I hope all of you come back and give us a shout or suggest to someone, hey, that's an awesome project. Go put it on the internet for 5 minutes. We'll be back here at 3. And maybe we can do a quick recap, Bay Area spaces. So in San Francisco, we've got Noisebridge. In the Mission, there's a number of other spaces. We got a list of a whole bunch. In the East Bay, we're actually going to be talking a bit about Circuit Launch. There's also Pseudo Room. There's Counterculture Lab. And then down south, there's Hacker Dojo. That's where I hang out a lot.
Ace Monster Toys.
Ace
in
Monster
the
Toys.
East Bay.
Shout out. And I have a roll of paper towels if anybody else needs them. But we're going to take a minute here and do a quick audio check of silence and just take a moment we lost a fantastic. Somebody's gonna have to take over in a minute, but we just need to give a shout out to Crafty, the Avenger. She really did a lot for Ace, and we lost her recently, and she had a huge impact on the Bay Area in the last decade. And she's here nonetheless, even if not in person. So yeah, just mirror down on that for a moment. But we're all here, and she had a great saying. Does anybody know the Crafty saying? Something to the effect of be excellent and love everyone, or get the freak out, because we don't need that noise. So anyways, I want to thank you all for the excellence, and I know we got a big show to run. We've got a number of exhibitors, and is that a red badge even? So we've got sponsors in the house, we've got exhibitors. We'll have to get some general green audience in here at some point, but we do have a mic for anyone. So maybe just a quick shout out of where your spaces are, and and we'll let you get going.
One thing I want to say on that, what she said about getting the freak out, right? That is another thing that's very important for spaces, is you will have problem children, and a lot of people are very hesitant on removing said problem children. It's always the right answer. Like, if you can't communicate with them and they're causing problems, you sometimes have to help people get the freak out. So
yeah, and I think one of the long-standing noise bridge traditions is asking someone to leave. And anybody for any reason should feel comfortable and empowered to be like, there's something going on here. And really, if they're not, they shouldn't also have to confrontate one-on-one. Should be able to stop somebody, like, hey, do you think this is okay? And this pushes it a little bit, but I think in real excellence, if you find yourself in a situation where you feel that you need to ask someone to leave, you should also ask yourself. Because it's probably not the space's problem, and y'all can take it outside the space and let it decompress. But I think it's excellent just to leave, step away, and come back. And not let it go to a point where you're not welcome or not invited. And, you know, sometimes just stepping back and taking a look, but yeah, you got to keep the space comfortable. When I see a little curious eyebrow there, like I said, this is my personal flavor of interpretation, and one size does not fit all. But if you have some experienced wisdom on maintaining excellence,
at the risk of attracting the wrong portion of the internet, there was a time at Baltimore Hackerspace, long before I was president, before I was even a member, I was like a student member. So I paid, let's say, like the minimum monthly payment that you can to be a part of the space. And the president at the time came to me and said, we really need to raise some money. Would you be comfortable paying more? And I said, I don't really feel comfortable here. And the specific reason why was one of the long-term members, and this is a true story, had emailed me for nude photos unprompted.
Ooh.
And it was like, I just don't want to be here when he's here. Like, I don't want to interact with him.
No.
So that night, the then president of the Hackerspace was like, oh, was it, and then says the name, like, is it this person? I'm like, okay, so you already know he's a problem. Like, you already knew before I said anything that this guy was a creep, and you've just been putting up with it because he doesn't creep you out. All right. So luckily, or like fortunately, the council of the time got together and like, all right, well, we'll have a talk with this individual. We know what the bad behavior is. There's an opportunity to change your behavior and stay in the space, but if you engage in this behavior even one more time, you're banned for life.
Yeah.
So that's
like,
the
right answer.
That's it.
Yeah.
So he wasn't kicked out of the space, but it was like, do not contact Jen. She doesn't want to hear from you. But also, don't do this to anyone else either. This behavior is a problem. And it wasn't solved perfect. Like, it wasn't like, okay, problem's done. It was just like, this is an excellent move in the right direction for establishing where the boundaries are and then holding it. Because I didn't necessarily want to have people banned from the space, but I also didn't want to be in a space where someone was being aggressively sexual in my direction unwantedly. It was like, I just don't want to pay to be in a space where someone's going to do that.
Yeah.
So after that, like, oh, sure, here's my full $50 a month membership fee. But I also have a sort of guarantee that this isn't going to happen anymore.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that with us. And I think, you know, what I want to add to that and to everyone here and out there in particular is we see this way too often, and often nobody even talks about it or says something. And I gotta say, if you see something like this happen and you're part of a space, it is your obligation not just to say something, but to do something. And if it doesn't matter. It's probably not going to happen to me, but it's not okay. If I can tolerate or whatever else, it's not okay. You really need to step up and engage and get support to address issues.
Be the big brother that you wanted when you were a kid. Be the big brother that you would have needed when you were a kid.
Yeah, and honestly, for all of you who are listening, even if it's not directed at you, please speak up for the people who may not feel comfortable speaking up themselves. I've had people do that for me. I paid that forward later. It makes a difference because you don't know whether someone is really comfortable defending themselves or speaking up about what makes them uncomfortable.
Yeah. So, would love to talk about this for hours and hours. We'll have to start a podcast and actually talk about it for hours and hours. We've got a bunch of other spaces, and I'm seeing a great queue of folks who are ready to come visit us. So I want to thank you all, and maybe get a round of applause from our massive audience here. Thank you all. And
Can we get a hack the planet from the audience? I think
okay, let's see.
Let's do this. Come on, we got this.
Yeah, okay, everybody, we want to get a collective hack the planet here, all right? Hack the planet! Hack the planet! All right. Okay, well, cool. Thank you all, and we'll look forward to coming and visiting your booths, and hope to see you all at Open Sauce next year. And yeah, thanks again. So let's bring on some more folks here. I see Alex, you want to come in and pick a chair and a mic, and I see. I don't know. I'm thinking this chair has your name on it. But yeah, Alex, maybe you want to grab this chair and a mic here.
Yeah.
And are you? Would you make use of a mic, or do you speak through other means?
Hello.
Why don't you maybe pull up in this blue chair? I mean, you have your pick. You can take that one. You can take this one. And
Hello.
I see a Hive 76 over there. Do you want to join us as well? Or Pikenaut? You want to grab the QA mic? Or can you stand at it and then I'll grab you one? Or are you going to join us here? Well, yeah, let me, here, why don't you grab here? Okay, you got a mic there? Oh, all right. Yeah, we've got. I've got an interesting head effect going. That's perfect. I will speak as if I'm in the audience. Here. Why don't you take this one? And yeah, I don't know. Pike, can we switch off the QA view or okay? Okay, thanks. So let's see who we've got here. So. We spoke yesterday. You've got a fantastic rolling exhibit.
Yeah, thank you.
You want to introduce yourself and tell us about your project here in your space at home?
Will do. My name's Evan. I help manage Hive 76, a makerspace in Philly. So here at Open Source, I've been running a mobile makerspace. So been wheeling it around, helping fix up all the other exhibits as things inevitably go wrong at an event like this.
Fantastic. And how do we refer to who do we have here?
Hello, my name's Reckner. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Polyprint Prototyping. We are a small hackerspace in Santa Clara. We're about 28 members strong now. Come make it 29, just $100 a month. We've got laser cutters. We just fixed the mill. We got a Bridgeport mill. Very exciting times. Yeah.
Very cool.
We're
Yeah.
over in Hall C. We got the big laser robot shooting gallery. So come check it out.
Okay. And so yeah. So Alex, you want to mention Circuit Launch? And
Absolutely. So I'm Alex. I'm the founder of Circuit Launch. We're what we call a co-factory, which is a shared manufacturing space. We're based in Oakland. We have about 75 companies in our space. Collectively have raised over almost $200 million within the last 36 months. It's been an amazing experience seeing so many companies start with a little desk and grow up to a company with hundreds of people. And the goal is to have one of these in each US state by the end of 2027.
And Circuit Launch is right by the Oakland airport.
Right by
about
the
30,000 square feet total?
35,000. Yeah.
35,000 with the shop downstairs and the whole upstairs. And
Right.
then there's an expansion coming to the Bayfair BART.
So we added another 30,000 square feet in Bayfair, which is in San Leandro, which is going to be awesome because there we have concrete floors, high ceilings. So the whole vision that we want to do for shared manufacturing, there will be possible more than the facility we have right now.
And Circuit Launch is really your business, but also you've always been incredible about hosting community events and being free to use for people doing cool projects and very supportive of open source hardware. And you actually have a number of Circuit Launch members here exhibiting open source projects today.
Absolutely. So like Sick Luggage or Make Boombox are here. Merdad with the Ubo device and Gyropalm is also here. And I think a few other companies that that been to Circuit Launch at some point, they're also here.
Yeah, very good.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, pleasure to have you here. And you want to talk about NoiseBridge and yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Psychonaut. I've been around the Bay Area maker scene since around the time I could walk. Like, I got my start woodworking when I was 3 years old, and over the years, I had home shops. My high school has an amazing shop, but then after high school, I was like, I need a shop. And then I was like, let me go to NoiseBridge, because one of my college teachers was like, hey, go to NoiseBridge. You'll get extra credit in class if you go there. And they did give extra credit for us to go do game dev at NoiseBridge, which was how I got involved in this space in 2015. Then over the years, people have given me more and more like stuff to do at NoiseBridge to help out, and like it can be pretty stressful, but I love this space so much, and I love the community around it between all the different spaces. That like the culture of open source and like Maker Faire, a culture of sharing and of sharing knowledge, sharing abilities, sharing education, everything. And it's always really fun to have everyone be able to meet up at events like this and talk about their space, talk about their projects. And I'm so happy I was able to set all this up and get it all working. I always love making booths for events like this and just going absolutely nuts. And this year I think it was quite the success getting all this.
Yeah, and also, has there anybody here been to Chaos Congress in Germany that goes on every year between Christmas and New Year's? Right. So a lot of NoiseBridgers have. I mean, NoiseBridge was actually inspired by a once every 4-year camp that they do. And we really, NYC Resistor, HackDC, and NoiseBridge really came out of the same 2007 sojourn of let's go camp in outside Berlin for a week and come back and make hackerspaces. But one of the things that they do that's awesome is they take over a huge venue and they have really well done talks that are live streamed and recorded and very well produced. But then they have giant areas that are fully self-formed. They call them assemblies. So people just set up tables and pop up installations, and it's like this. It's just wander around, interact, hack on things, talk to people. It's really, really wonderful. So, so does anybody want to jump in with any topics or questions?
Yeah, I have a question for Paw Print, actually. Has the robot we donated been able to save your robot's life?
Oh yes, it was quite the hacker fairy tale. So yesterday morning, our robot arm, which is this neat product from the 90s from a company that Fisher bought that we had a hard time finding information or parts for, Noisebridge happens to have the exact same robot flayed apart. And we went to go turn it on yesterday, and there was an encoder overspeed error, which we determined was the fault of a particular encoder. And Pikeanaut was like, "Here, just go get it and get the part you need." So we hopped in our hacker ambulance, rolled up at Noisebridge. A lot of people were really concerned. It was like, "Oh, it's okay. The emergency is only for a robot." And we chucked their robot onto a gurney, rolled it in here, and the operation was a success. We were able to transplant the live encoder organ into our robot and got it working again. So go check it out. It's really cool.
A real-time ad hoc robot arm surgery. You found a donor, and it's crazy because I know that arm exactly has been sitting in shambles and pieces in the hallway of the second floor, just waiting to get thrown out. It's like, hey, does Noisebridge have this thing? And yes, it does. Can anybody find it and/or lift it? So yeah. Alex, I know you've got a kind of interesting origin story of coming to the Bay Area and, in effect, being a huge part of enabling giant robo block parties and Brazilian barbecues. And we've had a lot of fun in the last 6-7 years. But if I remember correctly, you didn't come like the rest to Silicon Valley to raise money for some hard startup. And how are you still here? What happened?
Well, my origin story is I came here to do classical ballet. It does not look like today, but at some point, ballet was all I did all day long. So I went to New York first. Then I ended up moving here to do a tech company when I realized that I was never going to make any money with ballet. Then, I lived in the streets for a little while. I was homeless for a few months. Then ended up staying here. I used to flip homes in San Francisco, and then 2008 boom. Then I opened a bunch of software companies that didn't work out. I worked on one that worked out. Then eventually I found that space that was in Oakland, and then okay, I want to bring the hardware community together. That's where it started. But initially, classical ballet is how it started.
That's pretty cool. So for Hive 76, you've been doing a roaming makerspace / hackerspace repair kit this entire weekend. How has that been going, and what spurred you to do that instead of having a static booth?
So it's been going pretty good. We fixed up about 20 different exhibits in one way or another at this point, including the main hall. Their LED neon sign had a bit of an issue on Saturday, so we were able to get that powered back up. What kind of inspired us was over the last couple of years, Hive has actually been running a cosplay repair station at a Comic-Con that comes through Philly. And after a few years of that and realizing how many things break on site, looking at an event in which it is all makers bringing their very delicate products and projects literally across the country, I kind of looked at that and was like, a lot of this is probably going to break in transit or on the floor when people are messing with it. And as there's a lot of maker and hacker spaces in the area that are presenting at the event, but everyone is kind of beholden to their booth. And I figured if I can make mine mobile, I might as well just put a list of all of the basic things that I've seen go wrong or that I can imagine being needed to help repair some stuff, throw it in a case and bring it around so in case someone does need help, they can get it. See, someone brought some Club Mate to the party.
Yeah, I was trying to find my other water bottle, which, of course, is Hacker Black with everything else. So, may or may not say, but I'm like, I have this fine, cold, bubbly beverage. So,
nice.
I'll just
Did you
start
have
with
to
that.
do a whole collective just to import that?
Yeah.
My case and
Yeah. Do you want to maybe?
that
So,
too?
this was actually imported via Noisebridge. Do you want to talk about how these got there?
Wait, do you have the
Yeah.
same contact as Resistor does? Because I pulled the info from them for Hive.
Yes, yeah. So, over the years, for people who don't know what Club Mate is, it's a mate soda. It's our favorite slogan for it is "You'll get used to it."
Yeah.
And it's a drink from Germany. that a lot of people at CCC and at a bunch of the European hackerspaces use as their main like drink of choice while working on projects in the space. It's a interesting drink, and a bunch of people at Noisebridge wanted it years ago. For a while, they were brewing their own, and people
Is there alcohol in it? No.
No,
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 no.
Just a lot of caffeine.
Yes,
it's a tea.
It's
basically
mate
tea.
with, if you've ever had mate or like yerba
yerba
mate
mate.
is another branch of like doing similar thing, but it is.
Yeah. I ran so I mentioned in the last group we were talking about East Coast Maker Fairs, and I for some reason had this thing. If you fly across the country a lot, you become very accustomed to the TSA, and I refuse to believe that what I can do, where I can do it, and how I can get my stuff there is defined by the TSA. So I was like, I'm gonna go from the East Coast to the West Coast and not do that. So I created my own TSA, take shit apart, and slapped it on the side of an ambulance I got off Craigslist and drove across the country. I can't remember why that was relevant, but nonetheless, I ended up here and at Pseudo, and they have an open source recipe called Pseudo Mate.
Yes.
So you can brew your own and make it a taste that you like, but otherwise, we'll import it by the crate or by the pallet.
Yeah. So every about 6 months, usually, Noisebridge will literally import an entire pallet, which is, I think it's 60 cases, each with 16 mate, club mate in it. And we run out basically every 6 months.
Have you seen NYC Resista's Loft?
What?
Have you seen NYC Resista's Mate Loft?
I've heard about it. I haven't seen it.
I think I have a photo I can show you later.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what they have in south of Brazil, because mate is very popular in south of Brazil. A lot of Germans there.
Yeah.
Some small cities they speak Germany only. So I'm wondering what they have there.
Well, they could have Pseudo Mate. They could import Club Mate.
Or all the stuff that may make it over there.
Nonetheless, the point was a reminder of drink water, hydrate, in a pinch, caffeinate. And there is probably still a stash of this vintage mate, which doesn't expire until 2025. So if you're at Noisebridge, you might ask for a tour of Under the Stairs. And you may or may not have the opportunity to find a room temperature mate that could be chilled and enjoyed.
Do you like the hot ones?
Hot.
Have you had the hot ones, like the tea mate?
I like chai lattes and other things, but I'm not a particular connoisseur. But the crazy thing is, in Germany, this is often actually cheaper than water. You can get a bottle of Evian, or you can get 2 bottles of mate.
Yeah, and we're sadly very low. We should have bought another pallet a month ago to get for open sauce, because I usually at Maker Fair and open sauce, because so many people from international come to this space, this is one of our biggest times to sell mate at.
But of course, Noisebridge
space.
doesn't sell anything. But we love giving money to Noisebridge is excellent, and if you give us enough money, we'll have enough mate to give back.
Yeah, and it's it's a really fun thing to have some stuff. We also really want to partner and find some more food products that we can have people donate money and maybe get something so that at 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. when everything in the Bay Area is shut down and there's no food, you can still get a snack.
So does Paw Print have a favorite food or beverage?
We go to Costco pretty frequently to get snacks and stuff for the space. Kind of our signature whenever we do a big project, or I think we did one for open source last year. We did one for some DEF CON challenge that we won. We like to savor champagne, so we'll get a champagne bottle and a scary looking machete knife and savor the top off. It's very exciting.
So And Alex, one of the things that I love that, Maker Faire has this annual, they feed all the makers the day before. And I know, you as a CEO and having tons of things to do and a family and not getting a ton of sleep, you show up for years, put the apron on, fire up the grill, and bust out incredible Brazilian barbecue and caipirinha. Now we've mostly got enough volunteers that you can enjoy yourself too. But that's been, you want to get people to come, bring out the hot food and drinks, and then also maybe shout out to Dan and their caffeination espresso experimentation.
The whole barbecue thing started because of you. We had all this meat left over after an event, and said, hey, maybe we should cook. And he said, maybe we should do like something once a month. And then I guess the first one had 20 people, then 50 people, then 200 people, then 600 people. Last time we made it was 2,000 people.
Nice.
We cooked the whole day for 2,000 people. That was amazing. That was awesome.
Nice.
And I love doing it though.
Go from tens to hundreds to thousands,
Yeah.
and everybody loves it, and it works for everyone. How about back home, Philly?
So, interesting. Club Mate is still enjoyed, but we don't have the space or numbers to do full pallets. Though I think one of our members is talking to the Resistor people about getting a couple. Snack-wise, we've been it's been a little bit of everything. Good Chinese place near us, and pizza place that does a General Tso's chicken slice, which is surprisingly good. Other than that, it's just been going about. And outside of Hive, I also help do Philly Maker Faire stuff. So that's just been us trying to get the logistics of how to get every exhibitor during the event snacks, so that they're not dying at the booth. So it's been a good time, and just at this point, it's more just what's in arm's reach.
Cool. And Alex, I know you're here with some kids and roaming around, so I want to thank you for your time, and if you want to add anything, but
No, just
great
happy
seeing
to be
you.
here. Thanks for
Cool.
allowing us to be part of it. Always, if you've been in the Bay Area for a long time, you're very nostalgic with the Maker Faire.
Yeah.
We need more of those big events and things like we have a lot of hockey together. And then thanks for coming all the way from Philly here.
Of course, I'm
Yeah.
happy to meet such great people for this stuff.
And I know when you're getting ready to open the doors at Speedway, we're going to have one heck of a party.
Yes, hopefully my most optimistic date is the end of September. Most optimistic being probably not September.
We're still going to call it, it's going to be a summer grand party.
Absolutely.
And we'll
And
look
then-
forward to having everybody out, and folks can, we'll definitely have something online, and people can join us from road as well.
And lots
so.
and lots and lots of barbecue and caipirinhas.
Cool.
All right, thanks so much
thanks,
for having
Alex.
me. Thank you. Thanks, sorry.
All right.
by the way.
So we got one more seat open, and
up for Alex.
I don't know. You want to talk
Nobody
some
can hear me.
Floshentashen,
Give it up
or
for
come and
Alex.
jump in here? And happy to have you here if you want to stay as long as you like. And
Thanks for putting this roundtable together. I'm going to go ahead and head out, but thank you, everyone.
all right, very good.
Nice.
So we got a couple new guests here to introduce, and I'll come down.
Well, hello. Hi, my name's Carl, and I hear you're talking about various hackerspaces and makerspaces here in the Bay Area. Is that what the topic is?
Have you ever been to a hackerspace?
Oh, I've been to a few hackerspaces.
Hey,
yeah.
where's this Nosebridge?
Well, this
the
is,
the Republic of Nosebridge?
This is Nosebridge. Yeah, it's back when Noisebridge had a nose. I don't know. Noisebridge. So yeah, I'm part of Noisebridge for a long time, but have you ever also talked about Pseudo Room? That's in Oakland.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
mentioned it in particularly their pseudo mate brewing. But
yeah.
tell us, what?
Well,
I hear there's an Omni something or other.
Yeah, well, it's this large space called the Omni Commons. It's got like 3 levels. It's in Temescal district of Oakland. It's a really big, great space. But Pseudo Room, there's a couple of spaces in there. Pseudo Room is the hackerspace, and Counterculture Labs is the biology hackerspace. The Pseudo Room has a really good hardware hacking night on every Tuesday night, and we have a fix-it clinic where you can bring your things to repair, and we just have a good gathering of folks there. So
Nice.
if you're in Oakland and on a Tuesday night, I would say come drop by Pseudo Room at the Omni Commons.
Omni Commons. So yeah, Pseudo Room. Tuesday nights in Temescal, that's the north part of Oakland. And some people I don't know how much debate, pseudo, you'll come and find it.
Pseudo, I don't know how to pronounce,
Yeah.
but yeah.
And Counterculture Labs is there, who also has a great exhibit here. A bunch of other spaces. Food Not Bumps has been there for a long time.
That's true,
and
yeah.
A bunch of other organizations, Fix-It Clinic. So let me introduce my buddy Noel here and this
Hey, Bo. Hi,
fantastic
everybody.
contraption.
This is Make Boom Boxes, a do-it-yourself boombox kit. We're doing Build Together by Zoom this summer, 3 sessions. You can find out more at Boombox Camp, boomboxcamp.com.
So
Nice.
boomboxcamp.com.
Yeah,
for-
boomboxcamp.com. We're doing a session in July, a long weekend. Show up on a Friday, and by Sunday night, you've built yourself one of these. And then the first week in August, it is the mornings of that week. And then the second week in September in the evenings. Boomboxcamp.com. You get all the parts, the materials, and the instructions you need to build your own awesome boombox. Decorate it, customize it,
And
love
so
it.
How did this start? How many years ago? What
I've
was
been
the-
perfecting this for 6 years, the design, and then 2 more years to turn it into a kit. So to make it a kit, it's got to be reproducible, it's got to be clear, take away all the confusion and the frustration possible, and make it fun to build. So I had to model the whole thing in Fusion 360 so I could do the assembly diagrams and everything real clear. And now it's all ready to go. I've had about a dozen people build them, and everyone agrees it's fun to build a boombox.
Very cool. And so recently we collaborated a bit, and this is all open source on GitHub now. So this gorgeous box. So we had the Lightburn folks here earlier.
Yeah, I just
and-
talked to Lightburn. They're awesome.
Yeah.
They made me pencils with my children's name lasered on them.
Nice.
So this is all laser cut
All
out
it-
of various woods.
Yep.
And it sounds great. It's wireless. It's a portable party. You're doing the workshop so people can come and build with you. You'll do custom builds. You can download these and cut them at home.
That's right.
Totally customizable.
Yeah, you can find all about the open source project. Just go to makeboomboxes.com, makeboomboxes.com. And in the blog, I've blogged about it several times. That gets you to the repository, and it's all downloadable, hackable boombox.
All right. Well, we're talking hacker
Thank you very
spaces
much.
here.
And I did.
open
And I did. I
source.
got to give a pitch to Alex and Circuit Launch.
Yeah.
Bo, you deserve a lot of thanks, Bo.
Yeah.
You brought me to Circuit Launch,
Oh.
which was like the
Yeah.
most amazing development for me. So thank you for that.
Well, it's my pleasure to introduce you to Circuit Launch,
Yeah.
and also, I remember, speaking of 5 Minutes of Fame, in the more challenging days that we've had in the last few years, we were in the garage at Noisebridge doing a 5 Minute of Fame, talking
Yes.
about your box.
That's right. That's right. Love Noisebridge. Shout out to all the Makerspaces.
Yeah, very cool.
All right, I'm gonna jet.
You've got a booth to run.
Yeah, I got a
so
booth to run,
thanks
but thank
for,
you.
for joining
Thanks,
us.
Bo.
So
Thanks, everybody.
So flip it into party mode on your way out here. How's that? What's going to happen?
Yeah, okay. We're
Hey.
gonna listen to some music.
Yeah. On your way out, do you want
I don't
a
wanna
mad
make anyone
scientist
deaf,
pin?
so I got to manage the sound here.
I was just gonna say, do you want a mad scientist pin on your way out?
You got a pin for.
Yeah.
How's the volume there?
All right, so we got some walking music now. Thank you, Noel, for dropping in.
I think I destroyed that chair, Bo.
Oh, it's all good. I did that yesterday.
I don't know, did I see a cat from Ross over there? If there's a cat from Ross that wants to talk Hackspaces, come join us on stage.
Yeah.
So, hi everybody.
I'll talk on the regular mic here. We're talking hackerspaces, and general makery and whatnot. So are you from a hackerspace, makerspace? We got a mic there. You want to jump on? Tell us where you're visiting from.
Hi. My name is Barb. I'm from Crash Space in Los Angeles.
Hey,
Nice.
You want a high chair or a slightly fun little chair, or you want to swap?
I'm a
Let's-
full-ass grown-up, so I can sit in a not high chair.
Yeah, well, this one looks dead dangerous, but
Yes. It's fine.
mostly survived. So give it a try, or you can try this one. But Let's see if we can hack it. Hey, and you got a mic right there. You really kind of got to get into these, but so yeah, where are you visiting us from?
I brought
Who
you a
are
present.
What are you doing? What is this? Hey,
This is a I'm from Crash Space. We are
Crash
Hackerspace.
Woohoo! Another
Yeah.
California hack space.
Yay! We're Los Angeles' first crash space. Yes, also first Hackerspace. Yeah, we've been around since 2009. So this is our mascot is Sparkles, the soldering unicorn.
Yes.
And so I recently did a light up paper craft version of that. So this is a present for you.
Oh wow! Thank you. I'm honored. I've seen. I've been down to your space a couple of times because I'll go down there for SuperCon in Pasadena.
Yeah.
And I've seen some sparkle ponies brutalized with actual soldering irons coming out of their heads.
How dare you, sir? Brutalized. They've been improved.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that, yeah.
Yes,
that is my
they are
interpretation.
functional. They are functional soldering irons.
They're
Yeah.
very functional ponies. So yeah, well, thank you for this one. I'm glad you could join us. And so, wait, did you bring these? What do we have here for these pins?
There was a bit of a discussion in one of the discords about what the Mad Scientist Union would be for all the exhibitors today. My pitch was the Society of Unyielding Scientists, known as SUS. So made about 100 or so pins that I've just been handing out over the weekend.
Wonderful.
So we have official SUS pens.
Yes.
Sus.
So I think we can all talk for a minute about blinky lights.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I fondly have some memories of Crash Space because there was a very epic put a blinky light on your laptop or anything project in the early days.
That sounds about right.
And I'm pretty sure that person was pretty heavily involved in helping get the space off the ground. And
Was it Matt?
yeah,
Of course it was Matt.
yeah.
Yeah, that was Matt Pinner.
So blinky lights there. Carl Floschentauschen.
Yeah.
So we've got a small selection over here, but if anybody comes to our space or watches a tour video, you'll see this giant wall. The crazy thing is, at the time, this wasn't ironic, but forever, Noisebridge has had a wall of Corona. And it's Corona bottles stuffed with RGBs, conveniently sourced directly from Shenzhen between, Mitch Altman and Scotty got all these RGBs.
You know Scotty from Strange Parts and Mitch Altman. Some places call him father of hackerspaces. They worked on this project, and I helped work on the software along with this guy named Henner who did the design and some of the software.
Yeah.
And we built this wall of crates and beer bottles and LEDs, and it was 9 by 7 crates. Each crate held 5 by 5 or 25 beer bottles for a total of, I believe it's 1,575 beer bottles.
It takes some dedication to
and
get all
times
the parts
three,
for
because
it.
you
A
get-
lot of beer.
Yeah.
And
Somebody had to drink it.
somebody had to drink it, and we did it within a few months or so for the 2016 Maker Faire.
Yeah. So in an
I remember
alternative
that.
history,
It's cool. It's a cool thing.
Yeah.
somebody from the future, possibly a time traveling Jesus, came back to the Nosebridge and warned us
Yep.
and said we should inoculate ourselves against the Corona. So we immediately started drinking Corona, and then what are we going to do with all these bottles? We're going to show Blinkies. What's the biggest Blinky project you've worked on?
So biggest,
Or most interesting,
most
whatever you
interesting.
like.
Well, I did actually, and I have a side story too after. I do have a RGB programmable spine that's magnetic. So each vertebrae has a light in it that I'm able to do different animations and stuff like that. Personally, that's about as big as I've gone Blinky at the moment for different stuff. I will say one funny thing is the video that you are talking about with Scotty from Strange Parts.
Yeah.
That was actually my introduction to Makerspaces.
Right. So can our fantastic tech crew here possibly pull up Scotty's tour video in the background? That would be great. And in the meantime, would you show off your backside?
Oh yeah. Oh, I'll also one moment.
Subtle request.
Also
As you do.
have a bit of
We
a
were
dimmer
talking about
on here.
safe space earlier, and mental health and all of that. But this is a leading question. So yeah, there we go.
Ah.
Hive 76 in
Very
glorious
Philadelphia.
illuminated diodes there.
Yeah.
And yeah, very cool. So yeah, the Flaschentaschen, like again going back to Germany and CCC and Club Mate. So here we have milk crates. There they have even bigger yellow crates and bigger mate bottles, and they make this giant video wall, and that inspired Noisebridge to do our 5x5 milk crate edition. So you take regular sized Corona bottles, you wrap them in aluminum, and then you take 5 mini Corona bottles and wrap them in aluminum and shove 25 bottles into a crate and 75 LEDs and a Raspberry Pi. So Henner H. Zeller on GitHub has a great open source library for a Raspberry Pi hat that can drive thousands of LEDs. And Carl here, you want to talk about the animations and the programming logic behind Flaschentaschens?
Right. Well, he designed this this library in C++ to run to drive the Raspberry Pi on the Flaschentaschen, but they had some code, but they really needed some more demos for the exhibit for Maker Faire. So I went to work and just hacked together a bunch of different
that's a Flaschentaschen
code. Oh yeah, and there we have on.
Hey, Scotty.
Scotty and the for a brief moment there some Flaschentaschen.
Yeah. So that's Scotty Allen from Strange Parts. He got very well known for his iPhone hackery and wandering the Shenzhen markets. So he helped us source a lot of those parts. Great hacker. He's here at the conference. He's been a long time big supporter of Noisebridge and made a fantastic tour. And so so this video helped inspire your path to come to Hackspace?
Yeah, so it's, I'm not from a STEM background personally. I've always had interests. I ended up picking a 3D printer up 2018, 2019, but didn't really have a community for stuff. So I didn't know makerspaces were out there because I'm not from a engineering background that would be common knowledge in. So the video helped me know what they were so that when I started looking, I was able to find Hive. And part of what we've been trying to do at Hive, too, has been trying to reach out to other makers that aren't in traditional STEM fields, because there's a lot of people that use the same equipment that would love to have the opportunity for community that just don't know that we exist. And getting the word out there larger has been a great thing over the last couple of years.
So getting the word out there, there's this thing that was very helpful for me called hackerspaces.org. And I'm a big fan of Wiki, particularly the Wikimedia Foundation platforms. Noisebridge.net has run as a wiki for over a decade, and hackerspaces.org is also a wiki, and it's really a directory of spaces around the world. It's been a little left on the side for a number of years and would really benefit from some more housekeeping. So I'm strongly encouraging everybody to go on there and look up their local space. If they can't find it, add it. And if it hasn't recently been update it as part of the Census 2020X list of hackerspaces. So you can go and look by region and zone, and there's great information in here. So please go on here and find and update your local space. Connect with others. Does anyone have any other suggestions of how to find or connect with folks online or in Meet Space?
Yeah, I would say other community groups, not necessarily always using Hacker or Makerspace. Often they do similar bits. I know there is in Philly a great shop called Iffy Books that is a bit of an anarchist bookshop that not only do they sell books, but they also run soldering classes, host a local chapter of Tool, and do a bunch of other events. So often just looking around for other orgs that might do similar things might actually have the same groups that you're looking for, just under different names.
You know, I've also found a lot of people in Los Angeles who come by CrashSpace either find us through a meetup or have a whole lot of different, like, various interest groups that they know of that are tangentially related. Anything can be tangentially related to a hackerspace. I feel like But like, there's a lot of connections happening on like a meetup group on like meetups.com.
Yep.
And we got a question from the Q&A mic.
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, there we
Yes.
are.
Hello.
Hi. I was wondering if I could interrupt. I had this question from someone wondering what if you could expound on the difference between what a hackerspace and what a makerspace is.
Yeah, I have a volunteer.
I'd like to hear more about that.
I have had long conversations about this.
Yeah.
One thing that was told to me by one of our founders, Carlin Ma, and we had a conversation about this, is makerspaces tend, not across the board, tend to be more along the lines of, we have tools, we have a space, we may have classes. There's not always like a community, a knit group as a part of it. Hackerspaces may have all of those other things as well, but there tends to be some kind of core group or some kind of community part of it. You could certainly have a community in a makerspace, and sometimes it's just what name you want to use, and whether you want to, if you're working with kids and you don't want to deal with hacker as a term that some people might not like as much. But I feel like that's kind of a big part of it.
Well, that's a great place to start, and kind of what I'm hearing for makerspace is it's a space to make things, whereas hackerspace is kind of a community to create things, including the space is kind of project number one. And what I find is hackerspaces are very counterproductive. You don't go there. You go there thinking you're going to do a thing, and then you run into Carl or Pikernaut or a Major and or an Engelac, and you get nothing done but make great connections, have a good time, and are inspired to drink another bottle of mate and stay up until Bart starts running again.
Yep. I think there's also a bit of it takes a while to build, getting to a line. If you don't come in with funding to be able to buy all the best tools to start out with, I have seen like a lot of places will start as a bit of a hackerspace just because the project is getting the tools back up and running so that stuff can be made, and then getting hopefully to a point where you can decide, is this more of a hackerspace by necessity or by community, or do we wish for this to be more of a community workshop for people to come in, use tools, and it be more of a logistics center, which both are good, just a slightly different context for the kind of people coming in. And
kind of by definition, a makerspace has nice things. Carl, do you think a hackerspace can have nice things?
Well, I use a similar definition where you say a hackerspace is also a makerspace, but not necessarily the other way around, because the hackerspace means makerspace plus community, in a sense. I often use that definition.
Yeah.
Mostly when I compare a makerspace, like certain kinds of makerspaces, like in the library or in a school makerspace, like a library makerspace, they don't have like a mailing list and a Discord or a Slack or whatever, and they don't have like that community built around it necessarily. It's mostly like people dropping in and using the tools, right? So to me, it feels different than a hackerspace because of that community feel in the hackerspace. Hackerspace is more of a social club in a sense, right? So in a school, it depends on, how was it started, If it was started by an administrator of the school, which often is the case, it might not have that community feel. It might be more of just a classroom space that is used for classes. But maybe you have something else to say about that. But maybe it was started by a club at the school, and maybe it has that community feel.
Yeah.
So it just depends on the individual space.
Well, I'll throw 18 cents into that, which is, I think makerspaces are a great front as a cover for a hackerspace.
Yeah.
And also though too, like, I have to ask, like, what color is your hat? Like you that's a great troll wearing a black hat there. But in hacker, categorization, you want to get binary, your black hat or white hat. You break things for your own benefit, typically black hat. You break things for the benefit of society, typically white hat. There are many colors. I would prefer a rainbow hat, maybe even an RGB color cycle. All the colors, all the things. But yeah, and also I think hackerspaces are defined by their active membership, which is very fluid and ever changing, whereas makerspaces kind of have a stated mission and trajectory, and they just kind of trudge along. But more?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of school maker spaces, as a person who teaches elementary school STEAM and runs a STEAM lab.
I like you've got the A in the STEAM.
Absolutely.
That's for art.
Where it should be. Yeah. The function of a thing is going to depend quite a lot. Because like most of what I do in the STEAM lab is classes, and that's just by necessity. We're working on getting like a lunchtime open hours kind of thing, and that's where you turn into a little bit more of like a hangout community hacker type scenario. Although the kids during classes, when we have things that are really open-ended, are hacking together whatever kind of things they want to be doing.
I do think there's also a realizing a project differentiation where a lot of makerspaces, it is new production, it is buying the components to make a thing, where most hackerspaces that I visited have a feeling of I have this thing that is either old or I've salvaged a unit from something. I want to make something cool in a way that was not intended use of the materials. So the production itself too, kind of like you said, it's not a binary. You could be a little bit of both, but that is partially how I see it as well, of if you are just buying components for a project versus trying to use something in an interesting way.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool.
And you know, I wanted to add also, you know, co-working spaces as being another one of those kind of spaces which could have some similarity to, you know, depending on what kind of space that they have. Like for example, we have Circuit Launch, which considers themselves a hardware co-working space, but it's also a maker space, and because it's also a social component, could also be a hacker space in a sense, right? So there's different a variety of things which are on a spectrum there. So
Aren't we all on a spectrum? So
right.
Are you picking me up? Can I talk? Can I speak into the horse seat? A little closer. Oh, here we go. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna. I love my horse seat.
You know,
Thank
if
you
you
so
like
much.
to
really love that horse.
I hope
trade
this is
with you,
okay.
and I can
know.
go.
It seems to be the exact distance
As
for
long
the
as
mic
it's
too.
consensual, that's all I'm saying.
Right, and this is hygienic, because like we could swap out. We're gonna have to. We need to add this to the AV kit that we have swappable. Okay. That might be a block. Right, I sound like, well, this is good, because I'm going to use this as other people cannot sound like they're a box. So Andre, would you provide another voice other than my box voice here?
Hi, I'm Andre, and I'm part of Hacker Dojo, which is a place where all kinds of interesting people show up. And the nice thing about having a community is that you've got a place where people can physically meet up and kind of discuss ideas. And they don't have to be about a specific thing. Like, I had somebody ask if they could put on an event that wasn't actually tech related. And I said, well, but what is tech? What does being a hacker mean? Because in reality, hacker just means that you're interested in learning about a new system. And anything that you can do to kind of take that a step further, I'm like, that mentality of learning and creating, or learning and trying out, or learning and failing, that's something that you can turn into kind of it's not just a tech-related field. I think that's the main thing you have to understand about a hack space. You can be making fabric, you can be making your own yeast molds, you could be turning around and making the next version of penicillin. So I mean, there's like all kinds of things that a hack space provides, but the main thing it provides is a place where people who are interested in the same things as you can actually kind of show up and meet up with you in person, but also people who didn't know that they were interested in your stuff can suddenly discover that your passion is infectious, and they're willing to take that on and make that the next thing.
Infections. So infectious enthusiasm. That is, if I had any suggestion for anyone, and I'll go ahead for the benefit of audio in particular. But yeah, what do you think about infectious enthusiasm?
Well, I like projects infecting each other. So then you start like combining them all together.
Yeah.
We've just at our booth noticed that we started having a little bit of a like carnival sideshow theme going, and now we're like leaning into it, discussing like, okay, we need a carnival barker bot that we're gonna pull in later, and then we started coming up with a bunch of other ideas and texting people. So the next Maker Fair we're at is probably gonna be a little changed based on those infections of ideas.
Yeah, and talking about different hacking outside of just tech, the biggest and most prolific hackers that I've been running into recently outside of just electronics have actually been cosplayers, where figuring out materials in ways that should not be possible, ways to attach things and put stuff together, it's like that's actually been one of the larger areas of growth for us. I've been running different events with cosplayers, and the techniques that they're bringing in have actually made their way into even some electronics projects for like how to be able to attach different things together that people wouldn't have thought of.
Yeah, and I personally find that 3D printing is one of these things that we assume is kind of an elite area to be in a lot of ways. There's like a technology barrier there for people to learn how to make their own models. You can go and download things pretty easily, but not everyone's as capable of making something. But that doesn't need to be the case. And certainly there are things that you can get that can enable things like cosplay, like fasteners or clips, things that are actually really useful just in putting stuff together, but also just learning how to do things like 3D printing onto a fabric can drastically change what you're capable of putting on a costume.
Yeah.
So I definitely see having a space that's available, it's a resource and has some of that available, and a couple of people that can help get you going in that can drastically change what you're capable of making. And I think that's part of that infection that you can get by having a group of people who are able to say, hey, I'm interested in this thing, let me help you out. And then suddenly you've leveled everybody up, which is one of the key things I think a hack space can provide.
So building on that idea of cosplay, I think it'd be really great to get a ever-building, diverse, and broader audience. And I want to thank you and apologize a bit of, I would love to be outnumbered by female perspective and making best efforts to make it as open as possible. But I've had a lot of conversations with people about how do I help bring more women and other people to the space, and the thing that I've kind of slowly learned is like, oh, well, obviously, women should know how to reach other women and bring them out, but like making it your problem and challenge is not me being the best possible ally. I ask myself, talking about things like cosplay, if I go, oh, I have sewing machines, hint, hint, like, no, I have soldering irons and crazy tools and things, like I don't need to make things pink to attract audience. Can you expand on how do we say, please come join us, be welcome, and not be pandering?
I think part of it, like women, not dudes, whoever, are gathering together to do things and to make things anyway.
Yeah.
I think the way to do it is to like reach out and be like, hey, do you need a space? Because like just trying to pull people piecemeal is really, it doesn't work terribly well. Because like if you are as a as a not dude, there is like, we have a different, speaking for myself, I have a different perspective than a lot of guys who I have met, of like walking into a room, being the only female presenting person there and being like, I don't feel as comfortable as I might, just very very low level, might be if it's like a mixed group of people there, just as like a function of our society and what it's like living in our society, and being the only woman at a meeting is different than having some other people who you can just like bounce ideas off here and there and the other does. So pulling people in one by one is difficult. Trying to just like not absorb, but like invite other groups who are already together, to be part of your thing there and try to get into what they're doing as well.
I love that. And so what I'm hearing is rather than going, hey, would you like to come join us doing this? Say, hey, we have this space or these resources available for you and anyone you'd like. If you'd like, you don't have to come join our thing. You're welcome to come and bring or create your own thing.
Yeah.
And any advice if, like, when we see we're all there having a good time doing our thing and the first not dude walks in, it's a little hard, like, we don't want undue attention to be like, ooh, but at the same time, like, how can we best be welcoming and supportive, but also not putting people on, to make them other?
I find that honestly the best approach is kind of the best approach across the board, and that is a genuine, friendly, not overly pushy interest in what they are doing and what they're interested in. And saying, oh, that's interesting, can you tell me a little bit more about that? If they're interested in talking more about it, great, talk more about their what projects they're working on, what their interests are, I don't know, yeah.
So what are you interested in, and do you have any particular projects that you'd like to talk about?
Yeah, let's see. I'm interested in a lot of things. Like, I have a YouTube channel, which I might start doing some more videos on again, maybe. But I called it Barb Makes Things because I don't want to pigeonhole myself. So I like woodworking, I like 3D printing, I like Arduino and papercraft. Like, I designed that little guy.
Nice.
And electronics.
Papercraft, that's another fun, hands-on.
Costumes is fun. Yeah.
Costumes.
Hands-on things are amazing and wonderful for everybody. Things that are like low, just like an entertaining thing to do in a in a group of people. I really, really enjoy that kind of thing. And I've been focusing a whole lot on teaching lately because I've been super busy with that.
What do you like to teach?
Well, I teach. Like in a school, I teach. I teach STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math.
Do you have a favorite of that alphabet soup?
It all mixes together. That's the part I like, and that's the part I like about infecting projects, is mixing things together. It's like, we're going to learn about science. We're going to learn about the
I'm getting
about
called
ecosystems.
So
we have a priority repair alert are being summoned. So thank you so much for joining us again. All right.
Hey, let's get some other people up here.
Yeah.
Well, before everyone wanders off, I have a question. This is a legitimate. It's a two-parter.
Oh.
The first is, how can people start their own hack space? This is a question I've been asked over and over today, and I just want to make sure that we've got this on tape or recorded somewhere, hopefully. The second part of this question is, how do we build into that hack space the feeling that everyone is welcome?
Well, I'll take the first part of that, which is there's this thing called Hackspace Design Patterns. So there's literally a manual. If you search around on the internet, you could start at hackerspaces.org and find material there on how to create a hack space. I also think go to some hack spaces, see how it works, ask them how did they start, how did they do it. I think for me, the fundamental logic that I would offer is get a group of people together weekly, every week, and do that for a couple of months. Create a mailing list or some other channel, but basically get together in a physical space, the same time, the same day, and do it week after week to the point where you don't have to be, reminder, we're doing this day. No matter what, somebody shows up, people get together, they talk about it. I tend to see that as the way that you get to critical mass of enough people that can afford to pay the rent and keep the lights on and get a physical space.
I think another maybe underappreciated thing that goes for everything is just inviting people. Always inviting people, like more than you think that you need to.
Carl, you want to add any thoughts?
Well, I did start one myself, but we used to get together for a while, and one of the issues, of course, was the the rent in the Bay Area was it's really expensive. So it's kind of hard to find a place that's, you know, affordable and such. So we try to do a slightly different route where we worked with an existing art space that had some space and that was cheap. And we able to get some grant funds also. So to pay for supplies like our laser engraver cutter and 3D printers and tools and things. So that went well. You got to be careful though, also when you're working with another group though, because they might not have the same culture, and you need to get people in, especially on the board, to make sure that things run smoothly, and you got to really vet people because we had some issues, so some things didn't work out, but hopefully it'll work out in the future, and good, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. How are
you
we?
got to be careful about your culture, you know, and also right up front though too. You got to develop policies for membership and for people and for things like you got to consider things like, you know, how do you deal with conflict? How do you deal with you know, things like that. You're gonna have a point where you're gonna have to ban someone at some point, and you're gonna have to put processes in place in order to establish those rules and establish those procedures early on, because it's going to happen eventually.
Do it before you need to do it.
Right.
There you go. Yeah, and I love don't do anything so poorly that we have to make a new rule, because
that's one of our rules too. Yeah. Don't make us make a new rule.
So we've got our first green badge to the show. Hello there. Thanks for taking the opportunity to fill an empty chair here. You're more than welcome to just take a load off, but you've stumbled into the Makerspace Hackspace Roundtable. Where are you visiting us from?
I'm visiting from Santa Rosa.
Santa Rosa?
An hour north of here, yeah.
An hour north, okay. Yeah, and you might have to get into the mic a bit.
Okay. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay, sick.
So have you visited Makerspaces, Hackerspaces?
I have not. No, this is my first time.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did you find your way to Open Sauce?
My dad just bought me a ticket, and I was like sick, and that was about it. Yeah.
Is it inspiring? Is it life-changing? What's your take?
It's a lot of nerds. It's a lot of nerds.
Here, here.
You know, some of them are cool. Some of them are
cooler.
They're all cool. Nerds are cool.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's another podcast debate. Nerd, geek, other, whatever. But we're all special. I think we
Skippy.
can just. What's that?
Said damn Skippy.
Damn Skippy is right. Yeah. We're this.
I think I know them.
You know Damn Skippy?
Yeah, Damn Skippy's they're great.
Cool. That's good to hear. Let's keep it that way. So I know there's a few folks in the North Bay that have been trying to create hackerspaces and makerspaces.
I'm not even familiar. What is a hackerspace?
That's a great question. Well, I'll leave that to our moderator here. You want to?
Thanks for that. Yes, a hackerspace is basically a place where you bring people together who have interest in something. They were mostly interested in just learning about something or digging into something that they haven't done before, or maybe they've done a lot and they just want to help other people get into that.
Cool.
And it can be bringing the people together for something like ham radio, or it could be bringing people together for something like making a product, or even weaving is like literally something that you might have a group of people that are super into and are willing to just kind of have a space to do it. But more importantly, it's where you're bringing a lot of people from the community, are just curious and just want to learn more and be more involved, and bringing them together to learn more from each other. So for instance, you might have a friend that's really into knitting, then they want to have a knitting thing there. And you might show up and go, well, what's this knitting thing all about? But then next thing you know, you're busy manufacturing a backpack for yourself that's got like all the bells and whistles you ever wanted, and you didn't realize you could do it because somebody took the time and effort to show you what they were interested in.
Fair enough.
So a Hackspace is also really good for letting you bring people that you want to bring together into a space.
Hey, if there's a Alex from Hack Hacker Dojo over there, if you could come to the sound of the megaphone for a microphone, that would be great.
So do you guys have a YouTube channel or what?
I believe this is being live streamed. Is there a way to put the link up on the screen?
All right.
Carl, you want to give us some parting words, and we're going to hand off a mic here.
Well, as we say at Noisebridge, be excellent to each other and hack the planet. All right. So see you later.
Hack the planet!
All right, it was real.
We'll just make an announcement. So, yeah, anybody, you can watch the stream here, and yeah, come on in and join us. And thanks for stopping by. I hope we answered some questions. And so yeah, let's keep the conversation going here. And if you want to, we got a double white. Introduce yourself. Welcome to the Hackspace Roundtable.
Okay, where's the camera I'm speaking into?
We got a camera there. You can see what they see behind us here.
Sweet.
And so we're live streaming on the interwebs. This is the Noisebridge YouTube channel. So these mics, you really got to get up into.
Got to get up to. Okay, now I'm getting it. That's sweet. Okay, Noisebridge TV, big responsibility. What am I talking about? My name's Alex. I'm a member of the Hacker Dojo. I run the Rust.
Even closer.
Meetup of the Hacker
closer.
Dojo. Sorry.
Even closer. There
Even
you go.
closer. I'm just eat the mic. Just right up there. Okay, it's working. It's working. My name's Alex. I'm a member of the Hacker Dojo. I run the Rust meetup, and like a lot of meetups of the Hacker Dojo, it's member organized, member run, very kind of like grassroots organic stuff.
So when you have an interest in Rust, did you like file a bunch of paperwork and go to some committee meetings and?
Oh, it's a very official process. You got to wait for a long time to get allowed to run a meetup at the Hacker Dojo, especially. It's a very bureaucratic process, just months. So the basic idea was there used to be a lot more meetups just a few years ago for obvious reasons. And then slowly things started coming back. But for whatever reason, the really, really big Rust meetup that I've been enjoying for a long time, I really do have to be eating this thing. Oh man, hopefully the levels aren't too high. Yeah, so the really cool Rust meetup that was being co-organized by Google, Mozilla, the big players, went dormant. And a friend of mine was organizing a similar Rust meetup in the city, but the city was really far away. So I thought, hey, maybe the Hacker Dojo is a good venue to organize something like that. And basically, the next week it was on the calendar, and then I started getting people. And now we're, for better or worse, probably the largest active Rust-related associated thing in the Bay Area, which is kind of frightening. We're not huge by far. It's a purely social meetup. People come in, they find others who share their interests, whatever it is that's Rust-related, or not necessarily even Rust, like people who care about Rust for robotics, Rust for embedded systems, Rust for WebAssembly, Rust for compiler development. We get all kinds of people.
Very cool. And so I have some vague familiarity of Rust, because we live on the West Coast, we're close to the ocean, so I get a lot of salt build up under my car, and things get rusty.
Oh, yeah.
But we're talking about coding and programming, so maybe for the uninitiated, why would anyone
care about Rust that's not on your car and is like on computers?
Is this a mental exercise of, I only know 14 languages, so clearly I need to add Rust? Like where should Rust curiosity possibly lead a young or not so young hacker?
Got it. Well, if you're a particular kind of very perverse person, then maybe Rust is the correct language for you.
So like this guy.
Like this guy. Mr. Andre's perversity runs deep and broad. It's a lazy river. I can vouch for that.
True.
Did you just get called Mr. Rogers?
Mr. Andre.
Mr. Andre.
Mr. Andre.
Andre.
Okay.
Dr. Andre.
Not to be confused.
Dr. Andre.
Yeah, also very kindly. Goodness. Rust as a programming language, as opposed to ferrous oxide 2, has a lot of applications.
I think I will offer a slightly different and not quite a snarky view on it. Rust is a great language for doing a lot of things, and it's a language that you can actually use in a lot of layers of kind of the stack at large. For instance, if you're doing web technologies, you can actually embed it currently in Mozilla browser. You can have things come down into WebGL, or you can have things coming into the server side. You can definitely have things in the embedded side. So it's one of these languages that if you take the time to learn it, it's not going to make your life necessarily happier in some ways, because there are some complexities with anything that's a large system or even a complex system. It's not as straightforward as just throwing a few lines of code and expecting everything to work. And it does work sometimes in a language like Python, but in Rust, it also does things like keeping you from making really stupid mistakes up front. And then that forces you to have better coding practices. And you end up learning a lot about why these things are really bad things to do in the beginning, and keeps you from having to go through the extra steps later on of trying to take this thing you built 20 years ago and figure out where the hell that one leak, that memory leak is, because they kept you from doing that in the very first place.
All right, so I feel like we've gone long ways down a long pier.
Yeah.
And want to kind of come full circle a bit, because we've gone from like just making things and getting hands-on to getting into the full technical code side of things. So we're going to kind of get towards winding things down, and I want to bring it back a little bit. And also, too, we've got CrashSpace here, and we've kind of overrun the stage now and stocked it with a lot of Hacker Dojo. The thing that we haven't really talked about that I want to bring up as well is we've mentioned hackerspaces.org and a number of resources online. There's the YouTube, of course. There's Discords. There's Slacks. I really miss the lack of the IRC, and am certainly encouraging everyone to come find me there and spinning up some new servers for the lulz, and hoping to see some keyboard-to-keyboard communications. But I want to say there's creating a new physical space, but let's create some more remote and distant and virtual space.
You know, we've been talking, and I don't know if other spaces have been talking about this too. If we had like just screens at our different spaces, we could have like windows into other makerspaces, other hacker spaces, and then you can just walk up. You know, you can close the blinds on it if you'd like, but you're gonna open it up and be like, "Hey, is somebody there?"
KO6ENZ, KO6ENZ. Oh, is that earshot? Sorry.
But then we could just like wave and say hi to people in other spaces. I think that'd be fun.
Yeah, no, I love the idea of a shared portal. Like one thing SudoRoom still does for their meetings is they'll have an IRC and a Jitsi on a big screen in the main space. Similar to the Hackatorium at Noisebridge, we'll put a shared RiseUp pad on the screen so everyone in the room can contribute to the conversation, and people online can follow it as well.
Yeah, we went hybrid during lockdown, and well, we went all digital during lockdown, and then it stayed hybrid since, because that's just really handy for people who can't get across Los Angeles during rush hour, which is effectively coming from another state.
Yeah, I have a question for you. In terms of doing a hybrid space, what are some good techniques that you can do to have a good meeting when you're doing a hybrid space?
Good question. One of our things when we are running like our regular Tuesday weekly meetings, if there's like a show and tell, because it's so easy for the physical space to dominate shows and tells, like the online call gets first dibs. So if anybody wants to go first, like everybody who wants to do digitally a show and tell, they can do that first, and then in person comes after that. But having the chat up there is good too, and everybody kind of like relaying when chats come up.
Well, as an event organizer, also curious, what's your breakdown in terms of online guests versus IRL guests, especially first-timers?
A lot of first-timers come in person, actually, but it can be kind of one-to-one sometimes. Our Tuesday meetings do tend to get we pack out the place, but it's very, very handy being able to be not there in the room sometimes.
So you were saying that you keep the live chat in the background on the screen so you can
Yeah.
see what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember there's a website for CrashSpace, and once upon a time there was a big button on the table.
The button is on the wall still. We're working on version 3 of it, I think. Yeah, the button is basically a live, is somebody at the space right now button. Push the button on the website. It says, yes, somebody has pushed the button. It will be open for at least the next hour.
And if nobody pushes the button for a half an hour, it doesn't say.
It counts down, and then it says, you can see when the last time the button was pushed. So it is on the onus is on the people who are there to keep on pushing the button, but you can also kind of get an idea of if there's an event on the calendar, somebody's there, even if we forget to push the button.
So
but it is fun.
We were talking the difference between makerspaces and hackerspaces. So I had the fun of driving across the country a couple of times in an ambulance and doing impromptu hackerspaces visits. And one of my tests for is it a hack space that's like running really smoothly and active is what happens if unannounced randomly for the first time ever I show up after midnight and knock on the door. And I don't always expect somebody to be there, but I've found a lot of really cool hacker spaces in Tennessee or Texas or California or New York where, yep, somebody's there and something's going on, and they're still happy to show you around. Or, last time I landed in Germany and was heading to camp, I went over to Sea Base. It was just after midnight. I knock on the door. Somebody answered. I'm like, hey, what's up? And they're like, no, we're not going to invite you in and show you around because we're all tired and we're going to go home soon, and there's just a couple members here. Also, I would say Sea Base wasn't there. They were all at the brick factory because it was Chaos Camp, and that was where Sea Base actually was. And yes, there were people there definitely talking and doing things well after midnight.
I will say, though, if I'm the only one at Crash Space after midnight and somebody knocks on the door and asks for a tour, I am a very outgoing person. I'm probably not going to invite them in.
Absolutely. I am a huge proponent. I've learned this many late hours on Mission Street, the buddy system. If I think it should actually, possibly be a rule that the space, you cannot open a hack space with less than 2 people. You've got to have at least a couple people in the space to be a good host and to do things. And if you're there by yourself, you should totally feel free to be there and do what you want to do, but not be obliged to open the space and put yourself out there more than you're comfortable with, particularly in the middle of the night and you don't know what's going on and who's coming.
And I'm also a big proponent of making sure that your space has good contact information so that it's easy for people to find out more, but also to get a hold of somebody at the space. Because even if you don't think of the space as being open to the public, it can be something where they want to be able to hold an event, or they want to be able to just get in touch for some other purpose. But if you don't have that access in a really easy way, like for instance, I love Noisebridge, but it's actually not the kind of space you can just drop into in a lot of ways because there's a secret code at the door, which is good, but it's in the mission. You don't want people just wandering in kind of randomly. At the same time, you do want people to be able to find out who to contact as soon as they can to make it easy for them to make that kind of transition from the outside. And that means having a rotating point person or contact person. If I contact this number, I can forward it to somebody who can answer a question or take a text, or maybe you have a Mastodon link that is available for everyone to just contact, and then somebody will respond. And you just have people who are volunteering but are dedicated resources specifically for that contact so that you can get them in the door and in touch with the right person.
And if you're not familiar with the space, all these spaces are really into doing events. And I think it's pretty universal at this point. There's probably a meetup page. There's probably some sort of calendar on the website or wiki. And if you're not familiar, you don't know a bunch of people, go to one of the regular events or something that's interesting. That's a great time to be not only introduced to the space, but introduced to a community that you might be interested in. And FYI, UAL Flight 1736 is currently going 429 knots. Overhead somewhere. There's just a great booth over here with an SDR hooked up, and I'm realizing it's decoding ADS-B traffic on the side.
Well, okay.
Sorry. Squirrel!
I've got one more question then for the panel. As a guest going to a hack space, you've never been to one, you're just curious, what are some things that you can do to meet people or just kind of get yourself acquainted?
ask about what people are doing. What are you passionate about? What are you interested in right now?
I guess the thing that's worked really well, a measure of the health of a space is kind of if you're sitting around and you are visibly working on stuff but not 100% heads down, invariably somebody will approach you and say, what are you doing? And just make an organic connection that way. That's something that I've actually really enjoyed about Hacker Dojo in particular, that people will often just look for collaborators, which is really different from what it's like in the outside world, basically. Basically, just look receptive, and somebody will approach somebody who looks like they're not 100% heads down.
So ask a question, start a conversation, be open. One of the things I love doing when I see someone walk through the door, rather than be like, "Oh, what's your name?" or "What brings you out?" or whatever, I'll be like, "Oh, hey, welcome back." And it's a real easy hacker filter because a black hat will always nod and say, uh-huh. And someone who's a total tourist and never been there will be like, oh, no, I've never been here. And they will totally out themselves as, great, I'd love to give you a tour and show you around. Also, I'd say if you're a little more adventurous and kind of leveling up, wear a lot of blinky. Or just bring something that you're working on that's interesting and inspire someone to ask you a question about it.
Absolutely. I mean, the best way to start a conversation is to basically bring some kind of nerd sniping tool. Just find something that somebody's going to ask questions about.
Yeah, and I'd like to just add, as a host for an event, a really good thing for you to do is to take the time to meet everyone as they come in and introduce them to somebody in the room. Even if they just got there at the same time, letting somebody have that, breaking the ice for that person so that they have somebody to talk to right away can make a huge difference for them. But also introducing them to somebody who may be interested in what they're doing can make a huge impact on whether or not that person feels welcome and comfortable.
So I know something Hacker Dojo has been trying to do more of is to have host training. So have you done this at Hacker Dojo? Have you had a formal, like, how to be a representative, aside from just like how to host an event and be open to everybody, but also like how to represent the space and the broader community?
Yeah, so Hacker Dojo is mostly a volunteer-driven space, like a lot of these hacker spaces are. And these spaces often run a risk of over-relying on the goodwill of a few volunteers, and they burn people out. People have a lot of goodwill, but sometimes they're not prepared to run events of a certain scale. There are some situations they can't deal with, and having to kind of ad-lib it, make it up as you go along, can be really stressful, and it burns out event organizers and burns out volunteers. So at a certain point, we basically, a few of the organizers and the Hacker Dojo management got together to assemble a set of trainings, a set of guidelines, a set of behavior guidelines. Here's what's okay, here's what's not okay, here's what to escalate, here's what to try to deal with yourself if you're comfortable. Here are the powers you have as an organizer. Like, here are ways to make people comfortable, and here's ways to diffuse or reorganize situations. And among them are things like welcome people to the event, get newcomers acquainted with somebody who is a regular, ask people what their interests are and connect them with somebody else who might be doing something similar. Don't let people just kind of sit and rot in the corner because they came in, they had that initiative, but they don't have those resources to come and just pester somebody and say, hey, teach me, hey, show me. So you have to show them and teach them. But in other situations, somebody does come in and they dominate the room, or they dominate the conversation, or they're promoting something that's undesirable at the event. Also have the initiative and the ability to come over to them and say, hey, that's not all right. Hey, you're making others uncomfortable, that sort of thing. And having those guidelines, so the dojo in particular, has actually been really, really wonderful for my events, certainly. That's something I have noticed very palpably in the last several months. But also imagine for the events that others are running.
I mean, so I have one question related to the hackerspace itself, which is, as a hackerspace, what are some things that you can do to help keep your main organizers from overloading? Like, how do you make it easier for everyone to be in the space and have an event?
I think one of the best ways of doing that is be constantly actively engaging more people to take more of an active role. And because that way more people are being part of the conversation, and feel like they are to be asked to be in charge of something is a really great way of getting somebody to have like real good buy-in for it. And it also helps take the load off of more people. I think that's a good way.
Yeah, it's different at events of different sizes. Like obviously my meetup is pretty modest in size. And as things grow, as they get bigger, it takes a lot more proactive planning. Here are things I'm going to anticipate. Here are things I'm going to plan with representatives or lieutenants or what have you. But the least one should do as an organizer is be an active host. Basically, if somebody's walking through the door, do find space for them. Do make sure they're comfortable and find how they can be comfortable. That is the least they can do.
And I'd say, volunteer. Like, you're an organizer. Someone comes in and like, hey, can I help you shuffle some chairs around? And you just help out. And also too, it's like, hey, if you like this sort of thing, like come and we want more people to come and run their own event. And I'm sure you would love to have some more hands to help carry your event. So just volunteering to help, ask, hey, how can I help?
No, that's actually a really good hack to activate people who come in, but they're sort of timid about joining because maybe they haven't been to an event in a while. Maybe this is kind of a bit of a, kind of like a left field thing for them. Just have them come in and help out, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe they can like move chairs around or move tables or something.
Well, this year, this is the first event I've actually was a volunteer and helped out, and it's getting just dug right in, and we immediately got whisked away, started on different tasks, and it was very much at first they were like, oh, do this, then that, and slowly as like you spent more time here, it was just, okay, go over there, you can find out whatever task and do it yourself. And so for the last few hours, I've just been in the merch booth helping out wherever, and like we just keep moving about, and we've now been told we don't have specific tasks, just walk around. If anyone needs help, just go.
Well, fantastic work. Thanks for helping. We needed somebody to hold another microphone, and you were just primed and ready.
I just walked by, perfect timing.
Exactly. So you were here last year on the pier.
Yeah.
So what brought you back, or what was that experience like, and what brought you back?
Well, so last year I bought a ticket for myself, and then Zach Friedman started Hextraction, and then I really got into that community, and he was like, does anyone want to come help out? And so I was exhibiting with him, helping on his booth, and so this year I was like, I want to help out, but he wasn't doing a booth, and so I was just looking on the website and ended up seeing the apply to volunteer, and I was just clicking through, and then I was like, oh, I may as well fill this out. And by the time I filled it out, they were like, oh, we only really need help on the weekend, so I booked myself to do a Sunday morning shift. And then I got here Wednesday and sent a message being like, oh, I'm around tomorrow if you need help. And they're like, sure, just come along, we'll see if we can put you to work. And then it started 2 14-hour days of just kind of helping out wherever. But I found those days almost as fun as these days where everyone's about. Because when you're helping out, putting the exhibitors in place, you're getting all their stuff. You see all the bits that people won't actually see, and you get to ask questions. And I was having hour-long conversations with so many different exhibitors. It was just really nice and like slightly more intimate. But then this, just so many people, so many exhibits, it's almost impossible to get around everything in just the 2 days. So like, the benefits of volunteering, you get to stay here longer. It's great.
Yeah, and the best way to do that is to get here earlier.
Yeah.
And yeah, so last year before everything had started on the pier, we were setting up Noise Bridge and had plenty of things to do, but it was fairly quiet. It wasn't a zoo. The chaos hadn't entirely ensued yet.
Yeah.
And I've been to a lot of the maker fairs and things. I know some of the organizers and whatnot from other things, but Caleb was here. And this event, Caleb, we all love you. I haven't seen you once. I don't even know if you're in this country, but this would not be happening. And so when I knew you were involved and taking part last year, I'm like, Thank God there's
Yeah.
at least one adult in the room, and we're probably going to live.
Yeah.
And so I saw him. There was a huge water on the floor in the middle of the pier, and he had the mop out, and I'm like, let me have that mop.
Yeah.
Like let me do anything to give you a moment. And then I had like 20 minutes to just sit there, undivided attention, just as we on the radio,
And I think
rag chew.
Last year, they really learned, like, I know a few people just at the end of the event, they just jumped in. Like, they were like, can we do anything to help? And then they were like, or the organizers were like, no, it's fine. But they ignored it, just jumped in anyway.
Yeah.
And this year, they've really just learned to accept the help. And they were like, oh, we've got volunteers this year. And I was told just earlier how they don't think almost any of this event could have been done without the volunteers. Like, nothing would have been ready. And so next year, I think they've learned to get even more.
Yeah.
And they're just going to accept so much help and hopefully make it easier on everyone. And just, it should be like it'll run smoother and smoother each year.
Yeah, they've definitely put out a big call and been very welcoming to all the exhibitors.
Yeah.
And I feel like all of us as exhibitors are volunteers. We're volunteering for our own exhibits.
Yeah.
But also, yes, bringing in just straight up event volunteers. That's something to embrace. But I think it's been great in that they've been very respectful, open, and trusting of all of us as exhibitors.
They really
to
have.
Just make it happen.
Same with the volunteers. Like, we are just trusted to go do what's right and just everything and everywhere. And they're like, oh, volunteer, go.
So how far have you come to volunteer?
So I'm from the UK. And so the whole journey was about like a full day of traveling, but the flight was 11 hours to get here. And so it was one of the best flights I've actually been on. And like, it was perfect timing with all the food. I ended up having a whole row to myself. It was just really nice, but it was still really long traveling. And so when I got here, I got to the Airbnb. Getting to the Airbnb was a nightmare because the bus would only take me so far. Then I had to hike up a hill with a 20-kilo bag. But I got there, and I'm here, and I'm helping, and it's all good now. So yeah.
So I have a question. We're originally discussing hack spaces, maker spaces, those kinds of things. What kind of resources do you have in your area?
In the UK, like, there is almost nothing. It's really sad how little of a makerspace, hackerspace community there is. Like, I know of one which is fairly nearby where I grew up, and even that is a very it's a small space. No one really knows about it unless you already go there, and so it's upsetting. But then at uni, it's not really a hackerspace, makerspace, but my course allows me to just use all the equipment and go anywhere and collaborate with people. And so I think there should be more of an emphasis on creation and helping and creating a community as like a makerspace.
Have you been to the museum of This Isn't Obsolete? Or
No.
Look Mum No Computer. He has you know the name of his museum? So I know there's this spot in the UK.
Okay.
So there's some great YouTubers.
There are some really
Look Mum
good
No Computer.
ones.
He does some amazing things, but he's gotten a whole space that's like an incredible hacker space waiting to happen. That he's
Oh.
just filled with crazy old school tech and things that make
that would be
sound,
beautiful.
and that is a lot closer than we are here. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it on you to go
I
find
think
that
I
and give
need
us
to
a
find
report.
that and go to it.
Yeah, yeah.
Because going across the UK, it's strange in that the furthest I really ever travel in the UK is going from one side to the other, and the distance is pitiful for Americans. It's barely 100 miles to go all the way across the country. And you guys will do that in an afternoon and be like, oh yeah, what's next?
But to be fair, our gas is half the price.
That is a good point. It's expensive, but it's
Well,
all right.
so my question to you is, if you've been to a hackerspace, when was the last time you were at a hackerspace/makerspace? And if if it's been a while, like what's been the main reason?
So, to an actual hackerspace, it's been a long time. The closest thing is at uni, and so I'm going into my second year of university. Had my first year, and that was a lot of fun. But our workshops got closed because of some concrete. So even then, we didn't get to do much. And the reason I haven't been to an actual hackerspace in a long time is because it was tough to get there. The closest place for me, I have to get a bus, and there's one bus a day, essentially. And if I miss it, I miss it. That's it. I won't be able to get anywhere. And I do have my driver's license, but my brother's taken my car because he's moved out. He was like, I need a car. So I was like, okay, here's the car I've been using.
All right. So do you know where Kent is?
Yeah, I know where Kent is.
So that's where you will find this museum is not obsolete.
This museum is not obsolete. Okay,
yes,
in
so
Kent.
they're in Kent.
So that's like from where I grew up and where I mainly live. That's a good few, like half a day's travel.
Okay.
But
Well,
when I'm at uni.
Oh my goodness! Look at this.
Oh,
There's
that's
a
crazy.
horse-drawn chariot. Do we have that on the camera? Yeah, we can see it on the camera.
Yeah.
Hey, would you care to step up to the mic and tell us about your contraption? So, and this is going to be our last snap interview here. So I want to thank Alex for joining us.
And Theo.
Theo, thanks so much for joining us. And Andre here. And sir, who are you and what can you tell us about this? He's got a mic right there. If you can really lean into the mic, that would be great.
Which way do you want me to?
Can you lean into the mic?
Into the mic, okay. So my name is Wouter. This is built by a guy called Bob.
Or can you give him the mic?
He doesn't watch a lot of TV, so he builds a lot of things. Oh, here we go. Thank you. He builds a lot of things. This is our solar Surrey. It has solar panels on top, little battery, bicycle motor, drives these legs forward, and then we sit side by side and enjoy the weather.
So solar-powered roof there, and you've got this rocking horse.
Yeah, so this is a bicycle motor, a
bicycle
hub
motor.
And it drives 4 of these legs.
And that the horse is actually walking and pulling
Yes.
you forward. The wheels aren't driven.
No, the wheels are not driven.
Wow.
They're
What do you call this?
The solar Surrey.
Solar
Surrey.
Surrey.
The Surrey is the name of a carriage like this, right?
This guy gets it.
Solar Surrey. There you go. You
so
got it.
the solar Surrey roaming the open sauce here. Well, thanks so much for taking it. You've ridden your horse into the Makerspace Hackerspace Roundtable. I think this is obviously the way that any legit hacker would arrive to their talk. So thank you so much for crashing the end of our party here.
Can I ask what batteries are in it, or how's it being powered and charged?
So there is a small battery in there, just lithium ion, nothing special.
Oh, okay, nice. It looks insane.
Good, thank you.
It looks incredible.
I'm glad it brings you joy.
All right, well, thank you so much for stopping by here. And we're going to be doing lightning talks, 5 minutes of fame, back here at 3 o'clock till sometime. That's our sign-up board. If you would come and talk about this for 5 minutes, it would be great if you happen to be making another lap this way. Maybe, totally maybe. We got you if nothing else. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody who participated. Thank you to NoiseBridge and our awesome crew back here making all of this happen and get on the interwebs. All of our other presentations, we had Hackden from Denver, Colorado, Hive 76, Baltimore, Crash Space. I'm sure there were some others. It's been fantastic. Really enjoy being here. Hope to see folks here last year. Come visit NoiseBridge. Come visit Hacker Dojo. Go find or start your local hackerspace. And with that, I think there's only one closing thing that we can all say.
Planet! Hack the
Hello. Hello.
This one. Oh, I see.
I need to take this down.
I got you. So maybe tape it on. Yeah, you're gonna figure out something there.
Yeah. Major. Yeah. Oh, can you grab the gap thing from?
Okay, so this mic is working. Okay. How are we doing? We're doing good here. We got levels, we got audio, we got sound. This thing's a little floppy. I don't know that this can be tightened down anymore. Okay, a little more height here. Okay, how about now? Yeah, let's get a little hotter so I can talk over it. Okay, cool. Thanks. Okay, let me get this here. Okay, so this will be the MC mic. And is there a Jinx box? Do I have a Jinx bot? What's the second one? Implementing a fictional game. Do we have a implementing a fictional game or a tech couture? Your tech couture? Okay, why don't you come and set up your dress? Yeah, just mind the chords, and let's get you on the camera. So maybe just put it like right here in the middle. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, that looks fine. And then these mics, you have to get pretty close to them. So that one you can go handheld or we can adjust. Why don't you actually go? Who's present? You going to present?
I'm sure.
Oh. Like that.
How's this? Is that good?
Yeah, nice. Yeah, talk right into it. So are we still live and recording? So I'm going to let you do it then. We're ready to start anytime.
Sure.
Okay. What do you want to do? What time? Okay. So we're going to start in just a couple minutes.
Okay.
And basically you'll have 5 minutes to talk as you like, and I will may or may not get obnoxious, but yeah, it won't be super critical on time, but if you're keeping it engaged, we'll feel it out. And then yeah, when you're done, I can help you like walk off your Okay, well, welcome to our live studio audience here. Do we have a hexaletter in the house? Hexaletter? Okay. Well, we're down for more 5 minutes of fame talks. We'll try to make this contiguous, but we might have to take a pause to reload the queue. But if there's anybody here that would like to give a talk on anything of interest, particularly if you're exhibiting it here at Open Sauce today, we'd love to hear from other makers and hackers and exhibits. I see a great ADSB booth over here. Can somebody talk for 5 minutes on your fantastic thing? In about 10 or 15 minutes, we'll put you up. So folks can go ahead and just queue up here if they want to do a talk. It'd be great if you add a name to introduce you by to the whiteboard here. So we're gonna start off. We're going to start off here with Sarai in just a minute, and then we're going to have Jerry, and we'll see who is up next. So here we are, back day 2 at the, where are we? We're still in California.
We are.
And the last day, so now all we have to do is pack everything up and get it back wherever we found it. So Noisebridge has been around for a while. It's your local hackerspace here in San Francisco. We're located in the Mission and hope folks come and visit. 5 Minutes of Fame is something that we've done for over a decade, where it's basically open mic night for cool projects. And you get 5 minutes to talk about whatever you want. Hopefully you bring something cool to show off and talk about. Slides are optional, and we really just need you. So Sarai, if I got that right still.
You did.
All right. So, yeah, and you really kind of have to lean into these things.
Hello.
Yeah, that's great. So I have you queued up, and we're good to go. So off we go here with our first talk. Please let us know what you have to show us.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to be here at Open Sauce. My name is Sarai Cohen, and I am here to talk about tech couture. So art and tech and fashion together for fun and whimsy and wearable excellence. You can find me online at Amped Atelier. And I'm here to talk about why we don't have these things to wear all the time, but how you can make them yourselves. So what I have here that I brought for show and tell is a dress that has 3D prints on fabric and then is lit with addressable LEDs. So one of the really cool things you can do is you can meld all your different things that you might have at a makerspace. You can take your electronics that you've learned, your sewing, your new fabrication techniques like 3D printing and laser cutting, and you can put those all together, which is the great thing about a makerspace, is that you have access to all those tools. So how did we make this dress? Well, the first thing is a few years ago, 2017, we wrote an article in Make that tells you how to use a filament printer to 3D print on fabric. And basically the way you do it is you're going to make a sandwich. So you take your PLA, your filament, you print a few layers down onto your build plate. You take a mesh or a net fabric. It can have sequins like this. This one has sequins on a net. And then you place that really firmly down on your build plate, and then you just keep printing. So you can print all sorts of 3D items. We have crystals. This was just designed in Tinkercad, so you don't even need to have fancy design techniques. You just need to keep printing until your 3D print is done, and then you can take those components and you can apply them onto an existing garment, like a jacket or a hoodie, and wear that. Or you can take those and you can make them into your own custom garment. And so you can learn to sew, and you can put those together into something really custom and couture. So couture is, of course, the French art of hand-sewn and handmade garments. And one of the things about this high-tech fashion is it's actually really hard to make durable garments that incorporate wearable electronics. For this one, you really have to think about what is the wearable life of this garment? Who is going to wear it? How are you going to clean it? And kind of the whole entire garment life cycle. So for this one, because the LEDs are attached directly under the 3D prints on the fabric, and the 3D print is on the dress, we have a slip or an underlayer that goes under it, and that can be washed. For some of the other wearable tech couture garments that I make them so that the LEDs and the other electronic components can be completely removed, and then those can be washed. So in addition to this garment here, I brought some examples of how this gets made. So I'm going to hold this up so people see it. This is 3D printing on net, and it's a really thin nylon mesh, and so you can hardly see it at all. It looks like it's an illusion, like it's floating in place. This is an example of the sleeve that I made for this dress, and you can see that it is made out of filament prints. So it's just PLA filament, and it started printing, and then we paused it, so you can see that it has infill. And that infill looks really nice as an electronic garment because it diffuses the LEDs. So it has like that really bright LED look on it, and it makes a really nice, very attractive garment. And then the other thing that I like to do is use conductive materials for capacitive touch. So this is your conductive threads, your conductive fabrics. And one of the things that are really great for those is that they make really good inputs. So I have an example here of a fabric. And I'm just using it to complete my circuit. And I'm making this light up on my little bee embroidery here. But I can also use this to make all sorts of capacitive touch buttons. I can control sound. I can control lights and programming as a direct interface on a garment. And so that's one of the things that I really like to incorporate into my tech garments. So I think this is a really fun space. I think it's very creative. I think that these are fantastic projects to make at a makerspace because you can use all sorts of new fabrication techniques. And it's really fun and exciting, and I hope everybody will try it out.
Well, perfectly timed. Thank you so much for your talk. Yeah, we really appreciate it. So we're taking 5-minute talks here, and we have more signups, but next up is going to be Jerry. So I'm sure this one will be interesting as well. All right, so we have roughly 5 minutes per talk here, and if I'm keeping track and need to, that'll be the 5-minute notice. But yeah, Jerry, thanks for being here. I know you were at all kinds of fantastic Maker Hacker events. The podium's all yours.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for having me out. I would totally wear that, by the way. Let's talk afterwards. Folks here at Noisebridge just pulled me straight out of the audience, said 5 minutes, start talking. So I'm going to wing it here a little bit. But first, I'm going to talk about kind of my kind of early life and how mentors were really important, and kind of how that relates to organizations like Noisebridge, Hacker Dojo. So I've had a very interesting life where I didn't go to school to learn my trade. It was all learned, and it came from mentors that were kind enough to spend time with me. And it started off at a very early age. I was a child who just liked to take apart all of my toys and any gadget that was in our house, much to the frustration of my father, who was, conscious of the cost in all these broken toys and things like that. Even my early home computers, I ended up taking those apart and breaking them a couple times. But when I was younger, I learned that there were a group of people out in the world that were willing to share their knowledge if you could, reciprocate with like enthusiasm about, them giving that knowledge to you. And it started off just with some local ham radio operators in town that started teaching me the fundamentals of electronics, because I really wanted to build and invent things. And there was just really, in this little logging town, no information there. But they got me my first, oscilloscope and taught me about resistors and radios and things like that. Later on, I got into auto racing. And of course, at this point, I'd learned the key to being better at doing things is find people that are good at it. And so I found mentors in the racing space to help me out. They took me under their wing, taught me a lot of interesting things about the psychology of winning in regards to racing cars, and it really does work. In the 90s, I opened a chain of retail computer stores, knew nothing about running businesses, right? So, even though I could build these computers, I didn't know how to sell them. So in our local community, there were some accomplished business people that, I would talk to them, like, how do you do this? And they taught me things about relatability, how to speak to a customer, how to think about your target audience, and that was all really important. In the 2000s, I brute forced my way into startups here in Silicon Valley. Having not gone to school for electrical engineering and it only being a hobby thing, it was really difficult to get into the industry. And fortunately, I managed to bamboozle some early startup founders to take a chance on me. And having not gone to school, I did have a lot of imposter syndrome happening at that point. So I worked extra hard. I worked day and night to make sure I did a good job for them, and also finding other mentors. I didn't know about organizations like NoiseBridge, and definitely they weren't available to me as kids, but I see them as a really important aspect to creative people, or even people in engineering that want to sharpen their skills, because there's lots of people that you can have that reciprocal relationship with. And so I'm really proud that I get to talk to folks here for NoiseBridge and Hacker Dojo, and I hope folks will go check out the hacker spaces. I think that's all I have to say about it. How'd I do on time?
You're doing great. We still have a minute for any questions, but
sure.
I don't know if this is an open thing, but I hear you might be doing something on a given Friday.
Oh, yeah. We do have at our office. So I'm the founder of a company called Tilt 5. We're doing AR glasses for gaming, so group gaming. It's a pretty fun device. From time to time at our office, we do a happy hour, and it's not a Tilt 5 event. It's just bring interesting, nerdy people together and socialize. And it's a good place to, find other mentors, or just I try to model it after the Homebrew Computer Club, which was kind of a cross-pollination place here in Silicon Valley in the early days, just gathering of really smart people showing off their projects.
And some really cool people show up. A lot of them are here.
Yep.
And
this is a great event, by the way. So next year, everyone should get to Open Sauce for sure.
I'll look forward to the booth. And so, yeah, if anybody's in Fremont, or I would say within 100 miles thereof.
Yeah, our office is pretty fun.
Pinball machines and great
vintage
people.
Computers, all kinds of stuff.
You're like a electronics museum of awesome hardware.
I mean, there's a lot to be learned from history, especially when you're designing a new product. So, to make a good product is what you leave out of a product, and it's nice to look at early technology and see what compromises did they have to make at the time with the tools they had, because a sure way to make a bad product is try to put the kitchen sink in it, So, when you look at Tilt 5, our system is very much an example of compromises to keep the cost effective, make it easy for people to use, and intuitive.
Well, thank you very much, Jerry.
Thank
If we
you.
get around for our awesome speaker. And who do we have next? Anybody already signed up in the queue here? Lightning Talks. I see hardware. Please come on up in the red shirt. Well, you're here. You're ready. So can I get a show of hands? Anybody else in the queue that is already signed up, or anybody interested in giving a talk? I'm going to start dragging people in here. But I see some cool looking hardware. So yeah, you really need to get up close to the
here?
mic.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
nice.
That's great. You're doing great. So take it away. Tell us about yourself and what you have to show us.
Sweet, yeah. My name's John McNally. I'm here with pantsforbirds.com, which is a weird hybrid of a bunch of friends with some hacky projects, and is now a California LLC that's going to try and sell some open source hardware. So about 2 years ago, I had an idea for an ADS-B receiver based on the Pi Pico. Right now, if you want to decode ADS-B from aircraft, there's a couple of ways to do it. One of them is to get a Raspberry Pi and a software-defined radio, and plug the software-defined radio into the Pi, and you use pretty much a TV tuner chip in debug mode, and you get raw IQ samples from there, and then you do the decoding of the pulse position modulated ADSB signal on the external compute, and you can get packets from there. I guess I should rewind and say what ADSB is. If you've been on an airplane before, any commercial aircraft, or really an aircraft in the US that flies over 18,000 feet, is required to transmit its location along with some other information continuously on ADSB. That's a pulse position modulated protocol on 1090 megahertz, and it's old as heck. It's based on technologies that date all the way back to World War II. Secondary surveillance radars came in pretty quickly after regular radar, and it's kind of how you ask an airplane who it is and where it is, right? The first thing after they invented radar was like, okay, we got dots, but then the question is like, okay, how high off the ground is the dot? And you can kind of just ask it that over a radio protocol. And back then, you know, radio was pretty new, and so pulse position modulation was considered pretty slick. And aerospace doesn't change very much, and when it does, it changes in a way that's generally backwards compatible. So through many years of iteration, we're currently running pulse position modulation on 1090 megahertz on aircraft, and that protocol is like, you know, that was designed in the 70s, and that was based on something that was designed in the 60s, and that was based on something that was designed even before then. So anyways, a lot of words to say that airplanes talk in a really weird way, and it's not even a very smart way either. Like this protocol, it's pulse position modulation, which is really on, off, on, off. So if you're getting a 1 megahertz modulated message, you can think of it as like effectively Morse code at 1 megahertz. It's a little bit smarter than that. There's a Manchester coding, so that, you know, they balance the number of highs and lows and stuff like that. But it's definitely very different than a lot of the very modern technologies used in things like cell phones. As a result, you know, you get aircraft stomping on each other all the time. It can be kind of a mess. But all that's to say, it still works, kind of barely, especially in congested environments. But as a result, it's a really weird protocol to decode. So if you're looking at decoding ADSB, it's kind of hardware intensive, because you don't necessarily have dedicated chips on the market that'll just do it. Generally, people end up doing it with external compute, like I was saying before, or with an FPGA. And so, anyways, long way to say, I was interested in building something that would decode this protocol, and I was excited about the RP2040, which is one of the newer microcontrollers from the Pi Foundation, because it has a PIO peripheral, which is a flexible peripheral block that you can configure with a number of instructions in a very limited assembly language. And you can use that language to specify functions like, oh, I want to, like, you know, clock out some bits for CAN bus, or I want an extra UART. And I was curious about whether you could use those extra cores to do decoding and preamble detection for ADSB. So the way an ADSB message works is you end up with like 2 pulses and then a little bit of a wait, and then 2 pulses again. And so you can put a state machine into one of those PIOs that detects that. And then once that state machine triggers, you get another one to trigger, another PIO to trigger, and that one does the actual decoding of the message contents. And so with those 2 PIOs and that microcontroller, I was able to get a lot of the packets to decode and get shoved into a FIFO to get processed by the main core without taking up really many clock cycles at all. The result is a receiver that is really cheap. FPGAs are pretty expensive, like, you know, $10 or more at a minimum. And the Pi Pico is about $1. It's also much lower power, which is nice. And so if you ever go on websites like FlightAware or, you know, ADSB Exchange or Airplanes.live, all those online networks are based on a huge set of ground stations. One of the leading websites, I forget if it's like FlightAware, Flight Radar 24, they got like 35,000 ground stations around the world. And all these ground stations are Raspberry Pis with software-defined radios plugged in, and those are pretty expensive and take a lot of power. So the result of what I've built is the ADSB 1090. It's fully open source. It's all open source hardware and software. I'm pretty excited about it because it's really small and it's really low power too. So it just has an RP2040 on there and then some RF hardware that's required to get the pulse position modulated signal into the actual processor. And it has a little ESP32 strapped onto the back just so you can connect directly to your Wi-Fi network and upload packets. But we're shooting to get these on the market for something like $75 instead of a couple hundred required to set up a Pi-based ground station. And we're excited about all kinds of other applications too, because they're cheap and very versatile, and they do all the processing locally. So you can get a dictionary of aircraft information out over serial bus, and you can put it on signs. I guess the live stream can't see the booth behind, but we've got a cool sign that my friend made displaying information from one of these receivers in real time. And that's not something you could do for less than a couple $100 previously, because you can get standalone receivers, they're really expensive. Sorry, it's more than 5 minutes, but the other possibilities are like you could have solar-powered base stations as well because they're low power. So this solar panel is a little bit undersized. Wi-Fi actually takes way more power than the device itself. If you're just running the device, about 75 milliamps at 5 volts. If you're trying to run a base station with Wi-Fi, probably about 400 milliamps. But I'm excited about all kinds of applications you can do with a low power, low cost, embedded ADSB receiver. So.
Well, that's fantastic. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of ADSB. So I got started just using a laptop and SDR dongles. And, you can get basic data, but it's amazing. Every plane flying around is basically screaming at you, hey, I'm over here. I'm going this fast. I have this tail number. Sometimes my aileron's in this position. What's the most interesting ADSB data type that you've seen that you like to pull out?
Oh, that's a really good question. I mean, so I'm still working through a lot of the different packets that can be decoded. I guess some interesting trivia about ADSB is because it's backwards compatible with older protocols, they ran out of bits. So on 1090 megahertz, which is the one that most of the aircraft, like 95% of the aircraft are on, all the aircraft up 18,000 feet are on, they don't actually transmit latitude and longitude with all the number of bits. I'm gonna need my hands for this because it's ridiculous. So you'd expect to be like, hey, where are you? Oh, it's my latitude this, longitude this. Okay, end of story. We can all go home now. Actually, instead of doing that, the aircraft says, oh, my latitude and longitude, we'll simplify the numbers for example. My latitude and longitude is like 5,7, right? That's like your even packet. And then later on, you get another packet. It's like, oh yeah, my latitude is like, 7,8. What these are actual relative positions within a grid square. So you can imagine like you're within a square, right, local to you, and it's giving you a position in the even square and then a position in the odd square, right? And these squares are actually part of like a waffle. Like you can imagine it's a giant waffle, and you're gonna fold that waffle around the Earth. In every single square of that waffle, you're gonna put a dot at like 5,7 for the first one, and then I forgot the numbers for the second one, but like let's say for even packet, 5,7, for odd packet, like 6,8. It's another waffle with another whole bunch of dots. To actually get the unambiguous global position of the aircraft, you have to take those two waffles, wrap them around the Earth, and all of their dots don't line up except for just two of them. That is the unambiguous global position of the aircraft. So it's a whole mess. There's all kinds of ways you can go wrong with decoding a CPR position.
I love your excitement, and Susie, everybody, their booth is right here. You can go ask them more questions. Check out the awesome real-time display. And how do folks find you online?
Yeah, so if you go to pantsforbirds.com, it's the ADSB 1090. The logo looks like a fat bee with a headset on. We've got a GitHub and a Discord. We'd love to see people join the project. We're interested in recruiting beta testers for upcoming hardware beta in about a month, and firmware contributors, whoever else is interested in helping the project.
All right, well, fantastic. Thanks for joining us. So pantsforbirds.com. Thank you. Woohoo, and cool bee stickers. All right, who else do we have here in the queue? Are you giving a talk? You're giving a talk, you're giving a talk, you're giving a talk. You're going to go after. Okay, so I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. Jinx, are you ready to go? Jinx, get up here, and yeah, so we're giving 5-minute talks on your favorite topic. I'd love to get some random folks who never knew they were going to give a talk at Open Sauce. We have a microphone for you to use. You just have to get very friendly with this microphone.
I'll get very friendly.
Oh yeah, you know how it's done. Show them how it's done.
All right. Hey, everybody. I am Jason Reynolds with JinxBot 3D Printing. If you've never 3D printed before, and if you're excited by what you see and don't necessarily want to take the plunge into getting your own 3D printer, we can help you out with that. We have FDM, SLA, and SLS 3D printing widely available. And unlike Shapeways or what are the other ones? Shapeways and
PCBWay, like the sponsor?
PCBWay or no. More just 3D printing as a service.
Yeah.
We will actually give you a return call. We'll look at your files. We'll tell you what's good and what's bad. We'll make sure that you have a good print the first time to make sure that you understand that you are getting the royal treatment, one would say, at JinxBot 3D Printing. So come on down, come take a look. We're happy to help. We've 3D printed for the past 10 years commercially. We're located in Mountain View, California. We have a physical brick and mortar location you can come visit, drop off your files, come take a look at some of the prints, what they are, what they look like, what they feel like, and we can show you exactly what's possible, what's not possible, and set those expectations correctly. Because that's a lot of what 3D printing is expectation setting. It's expectation setting. So if you are submitting a file and you have unreasonable expectations, you're like, oh, well, why does this have layer lines? Or why does this have support marks on it? We'll tell you exactly why and what there should be, what orientation does to your part before we start printing. So we're not wasting your time, your money. We're making sure that you get a good part the first time around. That's what Jigspot 3D printing is all about. Jigspot first came around because I've got a few minutes more, I guess. Because 2 minutes more? 3? Oh shit! I'm good with my presentation. Oh, no cursing. Sorry. Jigspot 3D printing actually first started with a bunch of MakerBots in my garage. So true Silicon Valley garage to storefront story. We had around 9 MakerBot 5th gens. Yes, MakerBot 5th gens in our garage. Figured out a really good way to work with them, got really decent consistent prints. Eventually better technology started, but the story of Jigspot eventually came because we were looking at naming our first 3D printer. You could name your first MakerBot on the network so you could find it. MakerBot had a MakerBot, and my nickname was Jinx because I was born on Friday the 13th. So I decided Jigspot would be my company name, or at least the name for my first printer. As my repertoire and my quiver of 3D printers grew, I started naming all of my printers Jinxbots, Jinxbot.-00001 to make sure I had room to grow. And then we eventually got, we have around 40 FDM printers available, as well as 2 SLA printers and 1 SLS nylon printer. So we have quite the variety of 3D print and materials for you to come take a look and enjoy 3D printing. We will help your idea take flight, come to life. We're not a full stop prototyping house. We're more just 3D printing. But like I said, we have 10 years of 3D printing experience. Not only that, but we have industrial manufacturing engineering in-house, as well as design for 3D printing and design for manufacturing. So we can help you with really whatever you need. Bo, do you have any questions?
What is up with this hat?
This hat was given to me by someone who's now presenting over at AWE down in Southern California. That's going to be the Augmented World Expo. So if you're into VR, virtual reality, or any of those cool things, VR is going to be down there. And what's my buddy is the Space Bar. It's a VR program, much like VR Chat, where you can come, drink, and hang out with your friends in virtual reality. And it's all space-themed and bar-themed. Space Bar.
Awesome.
And he is a fan of goofy space cowboy hats.
Fantastic. Well, so we're talking 3D printers.
3D
you
printers.
might know something about 3D printers. I don't know
Let's
if
see.
Prusa is still roaming around, but are you particularly a Prusa 3D printer expert by chance?
I would love to debate the ecosystem that Prusa has versus Creality open source 3D printing system as well. They're both open source, but I think Creality has an edge in repairability.
All right. Well, I think the gauntlet's been thrown down. So
you don't have to defend that, but
I'm gonna thank you for your 5 minutes.
No worries. Not today.
I think we're definitely need somebody from Prusa to talk for 5 minutes about awesome 3D printing, or favorite hack project or anything you might like. Yeah. All right, man. Thanks. So we've got a hot mic. Would you? Yeah, step on up. So introduce yourself and your project, and you got 5 minutes for your disposal.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? It's okay. There we go. Hello, my name is Elliot. I'm just a community member at Noisebridge, convinced to do a quick talk here. I'm going to be talking about the 6502 series of processors. And so if you guys don't know, the 6502 is kind of like a famous 8-bit processor, microprocessor that was very popular sort of around the turn of the home computing revolution in the 80s. And so kind of has a history, interesting history behind it. But I kind of learned about it, or learned about playing with it, through a YouTuber called Ben Eater. He was actually here today giving a talk earlier today. But anyways, so on his channel, he'll give you like a tutorial about like how to build a computer on like a breadboard. And so, believe it or not, this computer can fit in the palm of your hand. And yes, it's using a very old architecture for its processor, but you could actually still buy these chips. Technically, this is like a 65W02, or no, CO2, sorry. And what I guess I wanted to do is, first of all, kind of give a shout out to, Ben Eater's channel and his sort of methodology of teaching you about this low-level hardware and low-level software. Because maybe like growing up, you kind of, at least for me, I kind of heard like, oh, you should learn programming, you'll learn how computers work. And I started learning how to program, started learning how to, use Python and stuff like this, scripting languages. And it didn't really convince me that I knew how computers worked. I was kind of like, okay, I could write instructions and the code will run the instructions, but like, how did that work? Like, how did everything happen to do that? And so what Ben Eater did, which was kind of interesting to me, is he kind of just set like a problem where he's like, okay, I want to write hello world, but I don't want to have a computer like that has all those like levels of abstraction above it. Like I can just, in Python you could just write print hello world. What if you don't have software? What if you don't have an operating system? What if you just have a processor and some RAM and some read-only memory and an output display or something? And so it's really interesting because he'll kind of walk you through, this is how the processor works. You could like read the data sheets and like see like, okay, you have these addresses and they address parts in memory, and then the processor will like fetch memory and, read that memory and do some instruction based off of like the ones and zeros it's reading. And so that's all kind of nitty gritty. But I think it's very sort of insightful in terms of like being able, from an educational perspective, like obviously this computer, it runs at like 1 megahertz, so it's not going to be doing anything fancy. But from an educational perspective, it kind of lets you sort of start to understand computers from the other direction, where, as a programmer, you kind of start with this high-level stuff like with Python, and maybe you'll start to like question like, okay, well, what if I did a lower-level programming language? When in C, when I tell it to open a file, like how does that work? And this is kind of going from the other direction, where you only start with like a breadboard and some wires and some chips, and figuring out how to even do something useful with that. And so I highly recommend his content, especially if you're interested in low-level software, low-level hardware, all that kind of stuff. And I'll just say that like for the project I'm working on specifically, it's very similar to Ben Eater's design. He even sells kits. That's how I got a lot of this stuff. Yeah. And I will say that like I have made some modifications, specifically with how the address decode logic works. So in these old computers, if you wanted to do input and output, which is pretty essential if you want your computer to be useful, you would sort of address output registers using just the addressing of the processor itself. So the processor itself has, a 16-bit address bus. And if you want to, for example, print something to a screen, you would have to reserve some address space to have the processor write to. So maybe like, I don't know, like some let's say like a kilobit of address space can be reserved for just I/O or something like this. And for example, in Ben Eater's kit and a lot of like kits or a lot of projects that a lot of these like 6502 enthusiasts do, they'll use like a few logic gates or something like that to, just check like, okay, are the top 2 bits of the address space set to 0, and therefore I'm reserving that space for RAM or something like that. Sort of the modification I've been making is using something called a programmable array logic, which if you heard of like FPGAs or something like this, it's kind of a similar idea where you can just program a chip to have a bunch of logic gates in there, and then you could use that to do a lot of like your logic processing, address space reservation, and stuff like that. So I'll leave it at that, and then if you're interested in this kind of stuff, check out Ben Eater's channel. That's what I would recommend.
Which check out where?
His name is Ben Eater.
Ben Eater.
Yeah.
Yeah, great builds, great low-level stuff. Well, round of applause for another great presentation. Ben Eater.
It's just Ben and then Eater, like EATER. Yeah.
The internet will know. Ben Eater and computers on the YouTube. So you're here at Artie. Why don't you go ahead and get set up? You're going to be our first HDMI test. And so you guys have found yourself at the Noisebridge community stage. We've got a hot mic that could be yours for 5 minutes.
Hi there.
To talk about any topic of interest. It's going to be coming off that, yeah, there you go. And so I would hope that we can get a couple more Noisebridge volunteers, particularly somebody who wants to come and talk about the booth and maybe some of the projects we're showing off. And also it'd be great to have someone to talk about the NGLAC in particular. So are we getting ready to set up the HDMI feed here?
I can talk about it. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Can we hear me all right?
So, yeah, you've got, are you getting an HDMI feed?
I'm going to try and share my
We've
screen
got your
here.
feed. We've got your screen.
We got my screen.
Yeah,
Hello.
yeah, we see things.
All right, cool. I don't need audio, no. Hey, I'm going to talk about game design for 5 minutes. Yeah.
Fantastic.
I do video game stuff at Noisebridge, and sometimes not video game stuff. Lately, so I run a video game meetup or a game design meetup at the space every week. And lately, we've been doing a little paper prototyping for an idea for an augmented reality game. And so if you are familiar with Dune, as a lot of people are these days since the movie just came out, there is a game they play in the film that just came out, and this is a screenshot from that where they show it for about 2 seconds. And when you saw that in the movie theater, you were probably wondering, like, what the hell was that? Is that a thing from the universe, or is that just something they made up for the movie? Maybe you were wondering that. I was when I watched it. Turns out this is a really actually highly written about game that exists in the fictional Dune universe. However, no one has actually really implemented it before. Until now. Just kidding. So what we decided to do is we wanted to make a version of this game in real life and have people play it. And the goal is to turn it into an augmented reality app, but we just kind of started prototyping, so it's going to be a little while before the app is done. But we did do some tests of software to make sure that things can work the way we want. And so we've been doing that in parallel with paper prototyping the game design. So they play this game for about 2 seconds in the movie, and this is the screenshot from it. The game is called Cheops, or Cheops. We're not really sure how to pronounce it because we've never heard anyone say the name before. But you can read about the game on the Dune Wiki, okay? And I'll just kind of briefly do a quick rundown. They call it Cheops, but it's pyramid chess is the common name. And as you can see on the wiki here, it's a 9-level pyramid chess game with the double object of putting the queen piece at the apex and the opponent's king in check. Okay, so it's got this complex board in the movie that they did concept art for. This is the board here, and so we essentially recreated that board on paper and tried to make rules for it. And while doing so, we decided that we should look and see what kind of material already exists in the canon, in the lore for the game. Am I like cutting in and out, or okay? So we did a bit of searching around. So we got this concept art from the movie, and this is where we got the board design from. And as it turns out, there are a few like Reddit posts of people asking if rules have been invented for this. We also found the Dune Encyclopedia, and that's on the Internet Archive for anyone to read, by the way, where there's an extensive entry for the game of Cheops, which you can read about the history of it according to the lore of Dune. There's not much more than just some references to like some game jargon. So it's hard to derive any actual rules from, but we've been reading these Reddit posts and whether people have come up with rule sets, right? And so like people have like described what they've seen, like in terms of like what pieces exist and how you can move them on the board. And so there's these Reddit posts. And so we're assuming, because they call it like pyramid chess, the way they describe the board in the game is like a representation of a pyramid of cubes. And so we're just assuming it's a 2D representation of a 3D space for the board here. And so we think like these areas here are like the bottom layer, and like this is the middle layer, and then right in the middle is the top layer of a pyramid, right? More or less. Like I think a lot of it's open to interpretation because a lot of it's just concept as done by people. And so what are the rules of Cheops? This person says they assumed it would be a pyramid-shaped tower of chessboards with 81 squares and one at the top. And you would move according to the rules of chess. But we didn't see anything like a bunch of different kinds of pieces. We only saw like 3 kinds of pieces. So we're kind of building off of that. And so not only do we have these recent Reddit posts that were prompted from the movie, but I found this forum post from 2003, which I think probably spawned as a result of like Children of Dune or the sci-fi miniseries or whatever. So people have been talking about implementing this game for over 20 years. That's pretty crazy. So we're not trying to step on anyone's toes here, but essentially what we determined is that different people have tried different things with this game, and no one has really like canonically set the rules, okay? So we're going to try to do our best to make a fun game out of it.
Can people come to Noisebridge and play test now?
Yeah, we're doing it at Noisebridge, and you can come play test our prototype.
And when is game night?
Game night is Wednesday nights. So this is our prototype board. It's kind of a lighter version of the concept board with a few less rows here. But essentially we have pieces that move across the slotted rows and that can also like flip across them. And we have like movement between what we are calling the different like dimensions, which would be across these lines here. Yeah, so it gets a little complicated. But we're trying to do it with minimal pieces and minimal rules so as to make it easy to understand how to play initially. And then hard to master, hopefully. That's the goal. So a big part of this process has been like, it's kind of been a sculpting process. So we started with a very like open-ended kind of rule set and said you can kind of just do this or this. And then we started putting on restrictions to make it a little bit more fun and have moves that feel a lot more strategic and intentional. So we're still working on it, and we're going to keep trying new versions as we go forward here. And then once we feel we have a fun game, we're going to put it digitally, and you'll be able to play it in a random spot on a
projected digital board. So that's what we're working on right now at the game meetup. Yeah. Come to the game meetup.
All
at
right,
Noisebridge.
thank you. So, Corey, are you ready to join us? So, you're here at 5 Minute of Fame, Noisebridge's Whitening Talks. Anybody's welcome to put themselves on the whiteboard over there and get in the queue to come and deliver something fantastic or otherwise. Carl, do you want to, Corey, you're up now. And then, Carl, do you want to get in here too? No. Okay, very good.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Can I get a thumbs up? Woohoo! Mic check, mic check. Awesome. So I am not going to talk about things I make or what I've done or any of that stuff. I'm going to talk about the importance of makerspaces. I have been in the maker community long before it had a name. Some people seem to think that the maker community started in like 2005, but that was kind of when the term became popularized thanks to Make magazine. And making is something that has been inherent to humans for hundreds of millennia. So I think it's important to remember that all humans are makers, and I know that a lot of people have forgotten this. It is important to reach out to the people who do not know that they are makers and remind them of the power that they have. So one of the things I would like to talk about is how makerspaces came to be. Like I said before, there was a time when the term make got very popular and got spread around by Make magazine. And thankfully from them, they also had an event called Maker Fair, which is where people who have been making things for centuries were exposed to people who did not know the capability of what a person at home could do. And from the nascent idea of a maker also came the idea of maker spaces. One of the first was Tech Shop. It was one of the first nominally maker spaces, and it started in 2006. Noisebridge itself is a makerspace, hackerspace. Hackerspaces as a concept existed a little bit longer. In fact, if you guys remember Click and Clack, the Tappet Brothers, they had a place called Hacker Haven in 1972. It was for cars, not for computers, but the idea of a hacker is anyone who applies a skill they didn't necessarily come through legitimately to something that they are passionate about, which I think, again, is all humans. So then we started, after Tech Shop, getting this idea of a makerspace out in the broader community. Tech Shop had a rough time getting started because they had no one to refer to as far as what a makerspace was. So when they were looking for places, when they were looking for insurance, they really had to like sell up an idea that was completely foreign to everyone. And now makerspaces are everywhere, so it's a lot easier for people to start up another makerspace. And the great thing is each makerspace has a lot to offer, and they have a lot to offer the more diverse they are. So that means if they are less like their neighbors, the better. And the wonderful thing about that is even if you have a makerspace very near you, if you become a different makerspace than they are, they will support you. And I think that is one of the beautiful things about the maker community. It's the fact that it is so self-sustaining. And one of the reasons that's important is because making a makerspace and running it is very hard. We live in the Bay Area. Myself, my kid, and my community are in San Francisco. San Francisco is some of the most expensive dirt on the planet. So running a makerspace, a hackerspace like Noisebridge, which is free, is very difficult to do in an area where a one-bedroom studio costs $4,000. So the community has always been working to keep other makerspaces open, and even if a makerspace is very different than another, when that makerspace, when one of the makerspaces fails, the other makerspace feels it. A good example of this, I spoke about Tech Shop starting in 2006. When Tech Shop failed in 2017, it was Noisebridge that hosted the wake. And there were hundreds of people. I'm getting a little weepy. There were hundreds of people from not just Noisebridge and Tech Shop who came to that event, but from all the makerspaces in the area to talk about what that community had lost. And that's what I'm trying to speak about right now. Not Noisebridge, not Tech Shop, not Hacker Dojo, not something in Dallas or Chicago, but hacker spaces and maker spaces everywhere. One of the things that Noisebridge brings to all of these events is the find a makerspace, find a hackerspace service. It's a service that we're bringing to the world. We're bringing to you. We're bringing to the makerspaces in your area. It is just our mission to not brag about how awesome Noisebridge is in San Francisco, where only a tiny, tiny fraction of humanity can reach it, but to connect people to the communities that they already have, make their communities bigger, make their communities happier and better. Because this event right here is pretty awesome, but you can have this basically every day of your life if you just know where your community is. So my speech, like I said, not about me, not about what I make. It's about my community. And where is my community? It's everywhere. It's you, it's your makerspaces, it's the things you do and your successes. And that's all I wanted to remind people of, because we all are makers. We have been for hundreds of thousands of years, and sometimes we just forget. That's all.
Well, thank you. That was great. Really appreciate your.
Absolutely.
You've seen it all from Tech Shop to Hackerspace to Makerspace and back.
I've been around. And one thing I'll say about some of the maker spaces and art spaces, I forgot to talk about art spaces. San Francisco has had art spaces for decades, if not 100 years, and they are dwindling and failing and disappearing. So it is important for all of us to remember to visit studios and be patrons of the arts, because even though we may not have a lot of money, it can be the only money they get. Anyways, sorry to end on a dour note.
All right. Well, and thank you for all your help, helping make Noisebridge, getting the end goal act here, and helping get us out of here. So once again, we're here at the 5 Minutes of Fame Noisebridge Community Stage. Who else do I have in the audience queued up for a talk? Jess, are you going to talk some bio? You want to talk for 5 minutes? Anything fun? Anything bio? Anything tech? Anything hobby? Is Ryan coming up? Well, you're here. What do you want to talk about? What's that? All right. Well, we have a hopefully somewhat willing volunteer here. Jess has been helping us out, so we had a bit of a last-second call for volunteers. There's been a fun space in SF the last year that I don't even know if people have heard about. There's a lot of people who have heard of Studio 45, but there was another 8:45 on the door at the Biopunk Society near DNA Lounge, and some hackers got together and created a really cool spot. And things don't always work out, so U-Haul backed up to my driveway and dropped off a bunch of lab equipment. And I said, oh yeah, I definitely need a lab in my kitchen/dining room. And they already got accepted to exhibit at Open Sauce. So you've been great. Folks have been wandering around and seeing the booth where there's crazy, weird-looking goo swirling around on the table and microscope. So if you want to talk about bio, I know you're let me try this a little bit differently. What do you like about hardware?
Hi.
And you got it. Yeah.
Yeah. My name is Jesse. I'm working as a test engineer. I did a little bit of hardware testing for a couple years, then now doing software testing. I've been helping out at the booth with Biopunk Society, talking about biotech and bioengineered spirulina. But what I'm passionate about, I think I really echo with the speaker before, that with the time and with some sort of work from home period, I think it's hard to meet other hackers in person because they kind of sometimes move away. But with the hardware folks, they're still here. So in my hardware testing experience, I've done thermal characterization, a little bit of voltage margining test. I run thermal cycles and sort of reliability testing. And that's with consumer hardware. And yeah, I think it's magical to see board bring ups when you see it's just a board. Then you program it, now it comes to life, it turns on. It's really magical. And I think just being in this space, it helps me to feel more come more alive. Just like the board bring up. It's normally I work just so dead, just work, do the same things, the routine, but just see people have this time and energy and to put aside and work on their hobby and passions. I think it's really great. And I just wish we had more of that. And I think that Northbridge itself and as well as the Hacker Dojo provides really good space to get together and meet other people and to work together doing stuff like that, stuff like this. Yeah, so something that I really enjoy is the community. My friends joke, this software engineer at Google, my friend saying, you could just see these things on YouTube. So why did you come to the convention? I was like, no, you're meeting people, you're feeling the energy, and you can make friends and stay friends. Whereas if you can make friends on YouTube, through an online platform, but if you're not met in person, it's harder for that friendship to sustain over time. So yeah, this is a cool space. Bo has been so nice to connect people, connect us, and give me some space and time to share my thoughts. So it's really grateful for that.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for being part of Open Sauce and helping make it all happen and coming up and joining us on the stage. So thank you. All right. So who are we going? Is Eva ready, or who do we want to queue up next? Do you... And then Duat, you want to give a talk as well? And Ryan, are you going to talk on anything after? Okay. And yeah, let me know if we have anybody else. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 in the queue. And we've just got another presenter coming up to the stage here momentarily. So you can find out more about 5 Minutes of Fame if you go to 5mof.net. You'll find our wiki with tons of past events. And come on up to the podium here. And yeah, we'll have some more information from this getting posted there. So Eva here has been one of our key volunteers at Hacker Dojo and the booth this year. She brought a whole bunch of Lego kits and robots and does other events. So I'll let you give us all the details, but I see you brought a cool creation to show off. And you'll have to get right up into the microphone when you're ready to go. I will start a 5-minute timer, and you can go wherever you please with it.
Okay, you can move the chair away.
Yeah.
Hi there. My name's Eva Carender. I'm out here with Hacker Dojo for the event. I brought out Pinky. Pinky is one of my Vex IQ robots. We've been running Pinky out there. She opens and closes, bends, and doing a bunch of fun games, letting the kids and the grown-up kids come out and have some fun with Pinky out here. Out at the Hacker Dojo, we'll be doing summer camp this summer. I'll be teaching classes with Vex, also EV3, and I also just started a new meetup group out there. We're doing cosplay, sewing, and prop making. So definitely come by our Hacker Dojo booth, ask me about that. I have a couple props I can show and share with you. We're having a great time out here, meeting lots of people, getting a chance to talk to all the creatives. It's just been fabulous. So our group out here, Hacker Dojo, we're a community workspace. We have a lot of different people. We're a very diverse group, and that's one of the things I really like about our community at the dojo. People are super friendly there. So this weekend we've been representing the robotics that I've been doing. I've been working with the dojo as an educator out at the Summit Program high schools for the past year, teaching robotics, coding, and entrepreneurship, and that's been really fabulous. We've been having a fantastic time with that. So we're going to continue that program. We're doing the summer camps, of course. We also have our friend Dulot, who's going to be coming up here in a moment to talk to you. He's been doing some fabulous stuff with 3D printing. He'll tell you all about that. We've got great meetup groups out there. We've got Java meetup, we've got Rust meetup, Python meetup. Next weekend is going to be a fabulous weekend. If you want to come out, come on out. We're going to be having the Pacific Hackers come out on Saturday the 26th from 12 to 6 p.m. Big annual meetup. We'll have a barbecue. We're going to have some guests out there. I met a wonderful FIRST robotics team out here today. I've asked them to come on out and check us out. If you want to know more about the dojo, you want to talk to people, this is a great opportunity for you to come out, meet a big percentage of our members and community out there. Marco will be out there. He's one of our board of directors, and he's running the Pacific Hackers group, so you'll get a chance to meet him, talk with him. Eric Hess, our executive director, he'll be out there. Fabulous guy. He's been doing a super good job at the dojo, getting it running, making programs for us, helping our community. So you can get a chance to meet and talk with him. He'll give you a tour of the place. And I think you'll really have a really good time. So if you get a chance, definitely come on out, check us out, and see what we're all about. If you're here today, come on over to our booth. We're over in Building C, right across from the BattleBots. You can see the robots. I brought out my very special model called Mesmerize. I've taken Mesmerize out to Robo Games several times, and it's a gold medal winner. You can kind of see that. You can talk to me. I've been teaching robotics for 25 years. I work for Lego Education as a train-the-trainer. I have my own company and several clients that I work for. I work with all ages of kids, and I also teach teachers. And I love to talk to people, share ideas, get your ideas, and let's swap. Let's get creative. Let's do some work together and have a lot of fun. So hope to see you out there. And I'm going to introduce my friend, Dulot. He's going to be coming up and doing a talk on his 3D printing. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, well, thank you, and great shout out to Marco as well and Pacific Hackers. They stayed up all night the night before to put these glorious shirts together.
And we love them.
Yeah,
And they actually do glow in the dark.
Yeah, so Duat, we'll have to, this will be, so if you're with us later tonight, we'll be the ones glowing in the dark. Andre, can you grab the bot and give us a hand? Oh, there's a great 8-bit arcade remix going in the background right now. What do you need? All right, so Duat, another longtime Hacker Dojo member. You've been volunteering at the Hacker Dojo booth all weekend, and you brought a very large
3D printer.
Yeah.
3D printer. Hi, I'm Dulat. Currently, I'm member of Hacker Dojo, but I support other makerspaces like Noisebridge and all makerspaces. I support all inventors, all makers to make this world a little bit better. So I'm volunteering now all the weekend, and so I brought my large format 3D printer, Skybot, and yeah.
So can you tell us how did you get into making and hacking? You found your way to Hacker Dojo. You've been building cool creations. Like what brought you to our community?
Uh,
oh, sorry. What brought you to the community? How did you get started? How did you find your way to Hacker Dojo?
Yeah. So so I decided to start entrepreneurship path. So I've been working for Hewlett Packard like during 2 years, and so I thought about. So I was clean software engineer, and but my hobby was to create like generators and drones engine, like yes, and wind coils, and yeah. So I came with my generator to Hacker Dojo after like couple months. I started working on drone engine, and after I realized it, so I need big 3D printer. So that's how I did.
So are you making a big 3D printer so that you can build a flying machine to fly you around? Was that part of the idea?
Yeah, the initial idea was, so I'm passionate about flying saucers and all drones, saucer technologies, and propulsion engine, perpetual motion, all of that. Like, I like this energy, like, so that's why I created a 3D printer to make spacecraft, yeah, right? Yeah.
Cool. Well, anything else you want to show with us? Highlights from the show, or what? Encourage other people to come to Open Sauce next year. Come visit us at Hacker Dojo.
Like anything to show?
What should people come to Hacker Dojo for?
Yeah. It's a good community. It's a good community of makers. Which there is a different event where you can learn almost everything from coding to hardware, make hardware and 3D printing, and you can make a project, you can present it, and meet good people.
Come to Hacker Dojo and meet good people. So
yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Duat. We really appreciate all your help and volunteering this weekend, and we'll come see you at Hacker Dojo. All right. So we've got a few more speakers coming, and yes, I see OK Design and a small spherical object of delight. welcome to the community stage here with NoiseBridge and our Lightning Talk edition, otherwise known as 5 Minutes of Fame. So we met a while ago at some cool events, and you had a very early prototype working out how to do this thing. So you really got to get into the mic there. You can handhold or lean into it, but tell us about you and what you've got.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Andrew Kotite. I'm the K in OK Design. We build basically bespoke hardware of all different types. I just came here to show off our latest creation, which is our mini Vegas Sphere. It's a fully enclosed Vegas Sphere, over 1,000 LEDs in the palm of your hand. It has an ultra-wideband radio built into it, so you can tell the distance between other spheres, as well as an accelerometer and other sensors. So we're going to be making quite a few of these and do some fun interactions. So imagine, you could do emojis, you could do an Earth, you could do different cool interactions as the balls get closer or further away from each other. And it's all fully enclosed in the sphere itself. So we have a custom battery pack, custom flexible circuit boards, we have a custom driver board, and all the firmware, the hardware, and the software is done in-house. So we're a two-man design team, and we just like making very interesting visual pieces of art. This is our next project, but we currently have a kinetic sculpture that we're showing off at Open Source right now. So yeah, just want to come and share and show off our latest creation.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous thing, and you have a booth in one of the halls, and you've got a bunch. Can you tell us about these shiny steel spheres?
Yeah, for sure. We made a kinetic sculpture that is in a creator space right now in the city. It is consisted of 80 stainless steel balls that could move up and down about 5 feet. Our simulator is fully open source, and so you could basically go on, type a few lines of code, and make your own pattern. But we have also a bunch of patterns that are already pre-programmed in. You could go scan a QR code and click whatever pattern you want, and our software will just arrange all the balls in really visually interesting ways. We sort of show everything off on our Instagram page, OK Design SF, and we show the behind the scenes of how we make everything that we do. We don't try to gatekeep of how art is made, and we want to basically share and encourage people to make more things.
That's super awesome. So what led you? I mean, this is making blinky spheres is a career for you, and
we only do ball-based projects. Yeah.
You only do spherical projects.
Yeah, exactly.
No flat sides.
Yeah, no flat sides. We haven't found a ruler yet, but no. I mean, we come up with a concept. The idea was, how about if you ripped the Vegas sphere out of the ground and held it in your hand, and that's where we came up with the idea for this. So we're going to be making a bunch of these.
So what are some of the challenges of working with blinky lights like this?
Yeah, it's like a very complicated puzzle. So it's consisted of 10 flexible circuit boards that are all stitched together. And internally, there's a very spicy battery pack that could push 70 amps of current. The sphere could melt itself if it was allowed to. But we have some fancy hardware in here to protect it. Basically thermal policies, and we measure to make sure that we're not pushing too much current into the flexes themselves. But yeah, and the whole thing comes apart. We document how this is all built. And yeah, we're excited to, this is our first prototype, and we're excited to build the next few couple dozen of them.
Well, sweet. Well, I really appreciate you taking a minute to show this off, and really, I'm dying to tear it apart and dig into it. Although I've seen the whole process, and it's such a fully assembled thing.
I mean,
beauty.
I could open it up if you want.
Oh yes, of course.
I don't do this for everyone. There's a very specific way to open it. So you have to sort of find exactly where the seams are, and carefully it only opens in one way, and it's magnetically clasped together. There's only 6 wires in the whole thing. Everything is pretty tightly integrated through the flexes, and it has an ultra-wideband module in there that also has Bluetooth. All the firmware and the software is custom, so are the flexible circuit boards and the battery pack. And it sort of goes together and sort of disappears as magnets clasp it together, and so you don't see any seams afterwards. And then we just have this protective shell so we can hand it to people. Yeah, we're not going to use it as like a baseball or anything. We wanted to encase it in epoxy, but we were told by some other very smart people that would make a grenade if the battery ever exploded. So we're very intentionally, it's mainly meant as a piece you could roll around, but not necessarily to be thrown or dropped. Yeah, we'll make a more robust version in the future.
Any other questions for the RGB wizard? All right. Well, yeah, it's a spectacular installation. Your big ceiling room installation can be seen at Studio 55 as well.
Yeah. So we our kinetic art piece is mainly home is Studio 55.
Okay. Do you have a question?
I have a question. Are you planning on making these in a way where I can purchase one of these?
We only do commission work. We don't make products, but we are planning on making our pixel module for our kinetic sculpture. But if you want to chat, we could see what we could work out. Yeah. Cool.
Sweet. Well, thanks so much. Really appreciate you coming and joining us.
Awesome. Thank you, man. Have a good one.
All right. Well, who do we have next? I think you're going to come talk some bio? All right.
Let's talk some bio.
And was that message conveyed reasonably clear enough to...
Say again?
You relayed the image?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
the image.
There's a picture.
Oh, you sent me a picture. I just made a picture. Like it might be a better picture. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I got the picture.
Sorry, we're totally...
We got the picture.
We're handing off a badge without touching a badge. So, what you got for us?
So, Bo was asking me to come up and talk a little bit of bio. We've got a pretty cool booth, checking out a couple of cool things going on from some friends of mine out at some different labs in the East Bay, and a little project of mine. Got some spirulina happening, and just gonna talk a little bit about that, a little bit of about the biohacking, genetic engineering and stuff. We've got this strain of spirulina that is genetically engineerable, and what we're going to do with that is start scaling up all kinds of really interesting bioproducts that were previously not able to be economically scaled. So in the world of biology, basically, if you have some cool project, it better be a pharmaceutical drug that can be produced at a really low volume and a really high price point, or you're not going to get investment for it, because you used to have to grow things in these big bioreactors that were like hermetically sealed and cost a lot of money to build and maintain. And if you're trying to make like millions of liters of this stuff, well, you're going to have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars in order to do that. And so with spirulina, it's growing at this like really high pH and high salinity. And so other organisms, they don't really like to grow in those same conditions, which makes it possible to grow in open ponds. And it's a lot cheaper to hit up your buddy, have him dig up like a hole in the ground, put a plastic liner in it and a paddle wheel, and then just start photosynthesizing your product essentially. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of all there is to it. So we were just showing off that project, and another project my buddy's got some fungus growing, but he's shaking it so that you can do some neat stuff with these like individual colonies that instead of growing a mycelial mat will actually just kind of stay as its own colony, because the agitation keeps them from forming those connections. And so it's a lot easier to like pick different colonies than it is to make like millions of agar plates and then try and catch them before they grow into each other and do serial dilutions, and it becomes a big mess. And so you can actually grow them all in one flask, and then start doing all your breeding work by looking at like which one grows better. If it grows a bigger colony faster, then that's a good media. And for doing all kinds of science with mycology, it just makes sense. And so we're just kind of showcasing that project as well. And right now we're over in C, kind of on the wall that you'd be checking out as you're checking out all your other booths.
Yeah, look for the big green plant with the things that are shaken.
Exactly.
And so yeah, you've got a flask with basically like spiky tapioca balls.
Right. Yeah. It's just little fuzzy balls. Yeah. It's like I was saying, my buddy put together this thing, and it's a pretty fantastic way of growing fungus and doing different experiments with it. So yeah, come check us out.
So what gets you excited about bio and being a punk?
Dude, all kinds of stuff. I mean, because like think about it. Like there's all kinds of cool things that you can make, but if you don't make them yourself, it's going to cost a lot of money. And so I like resilience and self-reliance, being able to produce your own products, make your own things, and just do cool things that other people might find interesting or useful, right? So ideally, like in the future, people will be able to make their own medicines and grow this using spirulina, using like fungus, and I think it's something that is a lot like safer and healthier to interact with than a lot of other things, and yeah, it's kind of cool.
Well, that sounds great. I'm going to make an educated guess that you're going to be back here next year with some tasty treats.
I'm hoping so, yeah. Check us out. Like I'm trying to put in this protein that's like 2,000 times sweeter than sugar into the spirulina, and so if we make that happen, I think it'll be pretty sweet.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, we've got our next presenter ready to go. Come on up and let's hear what you got. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. What's up? My name is Jalen. I don't really know what to say, but I work at a makerspace in Ventura, California, so near LA. We work in a disadvantaged area of the community, so we provide free access to laser cutters, 3D printers, design softwares, embroidery machines, things like that. For students in the community.
What's your space called?
We're called the Idea Center. Yeah. We've been open about 2 years, and we've been growing. We've kind of adopted the space next door to a design area. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. So what do you like to make at your space? What brought you there? What keeps you there?
Yeah, the way I ended up at this makerspace is I dropped out of college after my first year during COVID. I went to Oregon State University for mechanical engineering for a year, and it sucked. I was in a program where we were engineering 101, right? And we were not to bag on the university because it's a great school, but during that year, our final engineering project for that class was to take apart a Nerf gun and put it back together again. And I came from a background of like in middle school I was introduced to 3D printing by my middle school STEM teacher who's standing over there, and was kind of introduced to all that at a very young age. And then it felt like a really big step back. And I was like, this sucks. The nonprofit I had worked for or kind of built up with my old teacher in middle school, STEM Ambassadors, we had talked about creating a makerspace for the community for a long time. And I just asked if we could do it a little bit earlier. And he said yes, and that's kind of how it started.
Were you inspired by any other particular organizations or spaces to kind of model yourselves after, or, and I imagine it took a good bit of just like, we're going to do it and figure it out.
Yeah, we had a lot of references for things that we wanted to avoid, experiences that we had in different makerspaces, like in the area in the past where like it was really hard to find just equipment that worked, or people who were willing to share what they knew. And then actually when we came up to Open Source last year and we met you guys, and we met some people, we like went on a tour of all the makerspaces we could in the area. And there were a lot of things that we were inspired by, especially by you guys and by another space, Human Made. We love those guys, so.
Yeah, shout out to Human Made, some folks that learned a lot from the tech shop days and created a great facility in San Francisco to do training and events and making and all the things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sweet. So you're down in Southern California. Do you have any particular open nights or events that folks should come and check out?
Yeah, we actually have a lot of summer camps that are going on this year. So tomorrow morning, actually, so we got to drive back tonight, the 6-hour drive. 9 a.m. we have a 3D printing summer camp we're doing. And that's going to walk through the basics of design in 3D printing and design for 3D printing. And I'm actually really stoked for that one. Just not the drive and waking up.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. I hope you're getting some sleep in somewhere, and you still look like a young guy, so, well, you'll get some sleep sometime this week.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Cool.
Well,
Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming out and joining us and participating in this grand open source experiment.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Sweet. All right. Do we have any more drop-ins? I think you're up. Oh, I'm going to have Andre do a quick one, and then I'll do a quick one, and then anything you want to do.
Yeah. Okay, so I love doing 5 minutes of fame talks, and this time I want to talk about doing booths at Open Source and other events because it's a lot of fun and it's something I wish more people would do, especially other maker and hacker spaces, because it's a very good opportunity to share knowledge, show people your space. And so, Noisebridge, we have 2 booths actually this year. The Find a Makerspace booth, which is the one hosting this community stage, and then the Noisebridge booth, because we had so much we wanted to do that we needed to split it into 2 booths. And generally, what we do at events is we try to either build a new project every year for that event. We've done it for most maker fairs. Or we try to bring the projects that will get the most engagement or educate a lot of people. We've done different coding events. We've at Maker Fair, we've done soldering, we've done LED light stuff. We always generally have a presence of gaming stuff because our gaming group is very, very well built out, and we this year brought Englac, and I decided I really want there to be more stages at Open Source because last year there was 1 stage and very few people got to talk, especially anyone other than creators did not have much of a chance to speak up or have a presence. And at events like Maker Fair, one of the biggest things for me in not going to the big famous creator talks, it's going to the small mom and pop like garage machine shop where they're talking about how everything goes wrong and how they fix these crazy issues. And so I wanted to have a community live stream stage, and this is what came out about that. I have a lot of experience with live streaming and hosting events, so I was like, I'm just going to set this up, and we're going to have a bunch of abilities that we didn't even use. We could have had remote guests fully. We can do mixed of panels and all sorts of stuff. Like, we were set up to be able to do probably about everything that main stage or second stage could, but in a bit more of a informal, relaxed atmosphere. And I really enjoyed setting all this up, planning a bunch of these events, although I was very delayed on a lot of the planning aspects, but I think it worked out pretty well. And I want to thank X and all the other volunteers who helped out this weekend.
These
Major,
guys.
Mark,
of these guys.
Major, Andrew, Bernice, Corey's son. There's 20 or 30 volunteers who put a bunch of effort into this over the past couple days, and without them, and also without Open Source letting us do this stuff, we wouldn't have events like this that share knowledge and all sorts of stuff for the community. So I just thank you guys all for being out here. Let's get to the next talk.
And I just want to say too, I know this was kind of planned, unplanned, and all of that. Little known fact, for the last couple hours, the official stage 2 would be dark if they didn't know to come here and be like, hey, are you guys so prepared that you happen to have an extra laptop, maybe even a Windows one, that we can just take right now, no questions asked, run down there and turn the stage back on?
Oh.
And that happened.
Oh.
So you're welcome, stage 2.
Yeah, we've saved a few booths this year. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You really help lead our efforts every year, and we'll look forward to doing it again with even more and better volunteers.
Yep.
All right. Well, we've got a return 5 moffer. Are we ready to boom some boxes? Yeah. You got a grand intro tune for us? Or just step right up? All right. Well, as we prepare for a moment, we travel backwards in time, and we're going to start with the end. I'm going to do some thermal investigation while we're waiting. Okay, so this grass floor is 69 degrees. The roof's about 72.3. I'm reading 92.8. See if I can hit your beverage. It's empty. All right, the duck's a nice 72.6. So next up is makeboomboxes.com. Bring the thunder. All right, before...
oh, yeah. Sorry, copyright laws.
This
My
is a live
bad.
remix. This is now an original ad hoc piece.
Okay, this is fair use. Well, hi, everybody. Andre just said step on up, so as tired as I am, I'm going to talk about this boombox for a minute. What to say? It is a do-it-yourself kit boombox that is hackable. It invites art and invention and innovation. You can build it yourself. If you don't like it, you can change it. If it breaks, you can fix it. If you want to slap some art on the front, you can slap some art on the front. And if you want to build it with your family and friends together, we're doing boomboxcamp.com this summer. 3 sessions of building boomboxes together. And I mean, what should I say about what's the vibe? What do people want to know?
Well, we want to know about you. Like, this thing looks like something that just came out of a factory and is super fantastic, but you hang out at circuit launch in your garage, and this was a bunch of flat sheets of wood that you laser cut and open source the designs and the instructions, and you can make this fantastically sounding device at home.
Well, I'm very grateful for that opportunity to explain. We live in a blessed era of amazing miracles where you can create in your own house or in your community of makers. You can say, oh, there's not a good enough boombox out there for my vibe. Let me see where I can start. I bought a boombox in 2015 that I thought was going to be a boombox, and it turned out to just be a marketing ploy that didn't sound very good, and it was still plasticky like everything else in this tiny little piece of crap. And when I unboxed it, it didn't have the handle like on the YouTube video. They had covered the speakers so I couldn't see it moving, like it looked like a clock radio, and it sounded like garbage in the vocal mid-range. So I said, you know what, Amazon, here's your piece of plastic back. Give me my $300, and I started buying parts. And I went to my next party with a cardboard box with holes cut in it and duct taped speakers inside of it. And I said, you know what, this thing sounds 50% as good as that other $300 piece of, disposable garbage. So I think I'm going to keep trying to move the goal line. I'm going to get closer and closer to my goal. I started on the 50-yard line, so hey, that can't be that bad. And then I went to the NAMM show, National Association of Music Merchants. It's like, imagine the Guitar Center with 80,000 people in it playing Stairway to Heaven really badly at the same time. Like every musical instrument maker in Anaheim at the convention center. And I just went in there with my cardboard box and I was like, let me talk to people who know how to make speakers. That's the community element. You just ask people for help. And if you can ask the right people for the right help, amazing things happen. I rolled up on this dude, Ira Pazande. If you're out there, Ira Pazande, brilliant acoustical engineer. And I saw his speaker from across the room. I said, I want to find out who made that. So he happened to be right there, the designer. And I asked Ira, I said, I have a cardboard box with speakers in it. It's my first one. He's like, oh, that's exciting. tell me more. So I told him what I wanted to do. I wanted to make it like a boombox that sounds really great, that is beautiful, that evokes the art of the artist in a experience that makes you feel special, like the musicians are in the room. And he said, okay, what can I do to help? I said, Ira, tell me, what can I do to make as many mistakes early on so like I can learn fast? Get me on the path. And he broke it down. He said, here's 2 things you need to make a great speaker, starting with knowing nothing. You get yourself an enclosure that you can open and close very easily, and you cut a hole in the front, and you have your soundboard be modular so you can iterate different small changes to the soundboard quickly. Because if you move this driver over 2 inches that way, you might make it sound much better, but if you move it 2 inches that way, you might make it sound much worse, and you just don't know. Because the software is not going to tell you that. The modeling software is not going to tell you that. So just start making stuff, but make it so that you can quickly change the soundboard. That's the critical component, the type of drivers and the position of the drivers. And so I went back to my house and I saw a technician's toolbox hiding in my garage. Out of the corner of my eye, I'm like, you're going to be my Ira Pazande prototyping platform. I opened it up and I chopped a rectangle hole in it. I put a particle board thing with speakers cut out of it. And like I took it to the streets with a shitty battery and a shitty amp board, and that thing like made people excited. It looked like somebody made it. It looked like it had a human touch to it. It looked like a creation of a creative person, which automatically made everyone want to talk and party and conversate and feel good. So then I was like, okay, I almost feel like my prototyping platform is the product. So that got me on the road to a do-it-yourself mindset. And not just sharing this experience of a finished product, but sharing the experience of invention, and the experience of you show up with it, and people go, you made that? And I go, yeah. So that's the feeling I wanted to share. That's what this ended up being. So I worked for 6 more years to perfect this design. It's totally laser-cut boombox. Bless you for telling me about Circuit Launch Bo. A great community, Hacker Dojo, many other wonderful communities out there that are environments where you can hang out with cool, inventive people and learn from each other and learn by doing, learn by inventing. That's what it's about. And I ended up with this design after 6 years of perfecting it. I don't know, I won't say it's perfected, but it's good enough. Like, I can't think of any way that it's like, yeah, I really should work on improving this. So I switched gears and I turned it into a kit. That took another 2 years. Why? Because you have to make great documentation for a kit. So an open source project ain't nothing if you can't use it. It has to be understandable. It has to be like, even the parts have to have names that mean something even if you never saw or heard of that thing. So just finding the names, reducing wasted steps, making beautiful diagrams like here's the assembly guide part 1. I modeled this whole thing in Fusion 360 because I tried to do it taking photographs of like, I'm gonna like hold the screw with the screwdriver and suspend it in midair with a little fishing line, and like I couldn't describe the assembly that way, so I had to model it in 3D. So like every turn of every screw, every drop of glue in this project is documented with a description of each step and a diagram clearly labeled, every part named meaningfully, and then a checklist. If you can check off everything on that list, then you know you did it and you move on to the next step. So it's like for real, like anyone can pick this up and use it, and the entire repository is now certified by Open Source Hardware Association. Also something I found out about from Bo. Thank you, Bo. So yeah. OSHWA says you're good to go. This is a non-commercial, no, sorry, it's a commercially available, so you can make money selling these. I don't care. I would wish you would. I wish you got all the best speed. Like download the plans, make it better, share it back with the community, and just let everyone know that the inventor is make boomboxes and give us the credit that, you know, we get a little love if anyone adopts it.
All right. Well, thank you for
that's it.
contributing it all. MakeBoomboxes.com.
MakeBoomboxes.com. And if you want to build these together this summer, there's 3 sessions of building kits together over Zoom, so you can be anywhere in the world. And that's boomboxcamp.com. Boomboxcamp.com. Thanks. That was fun. Thanks for the invite, Bo.
All right, well, bear with us here for just a moment. We're going to do some stage. Do you want to pull this cable out of the way? We're going to do some swap-ups here and keep the show going. Special thanks to all of our speakers so far who came out and open source. Everybody really participating in this incredible team effort. An hour from making it all disappear and get Burning Man. So I am going to start shuffling some of my traces. You're going to have to take it from here.
Much for helping host so many of these events since I was stuck behind. And next up, we have quite a long time noise break. Like, Jake, come on up. Like, yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so one of the noise bridgers I've known a really long time to see out here because they can have some trouble getting because of our dang garage door and our front door being really out of sight. Like, no normal person can open our front door noise. Bad, and we need it fixed. But just go ahead.
Thanks for having me here. Yeah, a lot of the videos and stuff you'll see here are of the noise bridge lived at, which was 2169 2169 Mission Street, and now it's over on 272 Cap Street. The old location, and it was a lot more sort of navigation space for a wheelchair, so I used to hang out. The new space is 2 stories with only stairs. Is where all the electronics lab and stuff is at, so I can't reach that. So that's why. But I still love the community and I love the people, and I love 5 minutes of fame. Sauce. This is awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and start a timer because I tend to do that. I'll talk about a couple projects. 2 quick things. One is my masking cover here is an open source sticker on a PLA hot glue attached frame, and the reason for this is N95 decorative covers. This is a medical grade N95 that hospital staff use, and so this contraption lets me do that. But the main thing I want is an invention, and this is called the Bee Comfy, and this is a control system for honeybees. I have 2 versions of this, and basically honeybees are very sensitive to temperature. They like to be in the 70 range, and even my apartment being like 5 or 10 degrees cooler than that, comfortable. And so this is an Arduino Nano, an Atmega 328P, custom N-channel MOSFET board I designed, and a custom UI board I designed, and software debouncing. It uses an SSD 1306 USB-C, fuse protection, all the regular stuff, 18650 battery here, and a resistive flexible circuit board, which just uses, it's kind of cool actually. You're basically connecting the battery terminals together, but the trace is, so there's enough resistance that it's not shorting out the fuse, but it's generating heat. PID controller, which is the very popular DS18 by Dallas Semiconductor, and so that measures the temperature in real time. Cut off power to the MOSFET when it reaches your set temperature with this rotary encoder. Did I say all that fast enough? A MOSFET, metal oxide, silicone, field effect. They are used commonly as switches in circuits and power. them in many cases as a solid state switch that uses a small amount of capacitance, the P and N junction of a transistor. I'm probably describing that very poorly, but that's a fancy switch. Any other questions? This mic is this up a little more. Yeah, if you can make it a little louder, I don't have to shove it into my mask. That's much appreciated. There's, what else can I say? There's two versions of this. There's one that actually goes into a bee cage as well. I have videos of the bees using it. They're using it right now as we speak. And they love it. They bundle up right over the heater. This also controls 015 cooling fans. And so the cage at home has those to the air for the bees, and they're quite satisfied. I also have two other add-ons, which are a honeycomb 3D printed filter covers, and the other thing I designed was something called the food distribution system, protection system for the bees, which is also 3D printed. Lastly, I'll just give a shout out. The two cages are from Allen's Bees, which is pop company that you can order live bees from that keep keepers, as well as those that treat arthritis and health conditions with aphids. And the cage that I have at home is called the Beeza Hut, which is what, and that can be bought on Etsy for a very reasonable price. It's also handmade by local makers and woodworkers, so that's pretty cool too. I think that's it for this project. I have 30 seconds left. Do we have any other questions?
Thank you so much for coming out. How have you liked Open?
I've loved it. And in fact, one last thing I was going to share. I was talking with the Prusa folks, but I told the Prusa folks, I just want to say one thing. Fuck source, cloud necessary, garbage. And so of the bamboo carbon, and it says this is what closed sauce looks like here. Last night talking about his home automation system that's not data, and he told me he shifted his whole company away from Fusion 360 because why? It's open source. So yeah, I'm in good.
It's wonderful out here, and like I hope that, and but I also hope that corporate doesn't take over for a while at Maker Faire. Like in a lot of these, kind of reset it back to what